And I worked today. I'm kind of in low spirits. I'm like high energy but low spirits. I just found out that the TikTok ban is permanent, so that's the end of that. And I'm not going to bother pursuing it anymore. I think that TikTok is run by fascists, and I think it's a fascist platform for fascists. That's what I think of it. I don't think it's a good place to be. I don't think it's a good place to go. I don't think it's a good place to spend your energy. I hope it gets banned. like the if it, honestly, I support a TikTok ban because it would be a ban against fascism. Like straight up, they would be fighting fascism by banning TikTok. So I'm kind of in that kind of a mood and that kind of a spirit. Um, I really noticed from yesterday I didn't have a lot of methane. Good to see you. I didn't do a lot of reading of articles, so I've got some of these articles back. Yesterday was more of a talk to the crowd kind of day. Kevin, good to see you. Gabriel, good to see you. I'm so grateful that you guys are here, right? Yeah, and yet TikTok is still how pro Palestine sentiments grew. I don't actually think that that's true. I think that TikTok is just another outlet, right? It's just an obvious outlet. It's an obvious lightning storm. It's an obvious lightning rod, right? Like, so it's just like the most obvious place. It's the most obvious thing. Um, but I think that the sentiments, like one of the most interesting things when I was studying theater, right? One of the most interesting things that came out of that for me was that word of mouth is still the number one way people receive information. That people don't actually, like the internet and all this kind of stuff, it's great in terms of opening up borders and in terms of like getting rid of gatekeepers and all of this, but word of mouth is still the number one way information spreads. So I'm not convinced that TikTok has the kind of impact on the society that TikTok just ends up being a mirror, right? It's just a mirror for us to look into, but it's not the source. It's not the reason d'etre. That if you banned TikTok, I think that pro-Palestinian sentiment would grow anyway, and I think it would grow very simply because you have Gen Z, youth culture that is suspicious of what older generations are saying, and is actually looking into these things now, and is just not taking everything at face value anymore. Right? I think that that's becoming more and more common, and so I'm not convinced that TikTok and any of this kind of stuff is actually having the big dramatic, like, I think the internet is having an effect certainly, but TikTok is like the last stop. You know, I think if it's hitting TikTok, then it's already happened in the society. But that's just a thought. That's just an idea, and maybe that's not correct. But that's my suspicion. You know, that guy. Good to see you. Hope you guys are all doing well right out in the world. Uh, I had like the most annoying little tiny shift. Who was like literally go to work for 3 hours to open up the shop, stand around for 3 hours while other people show up. So it's just like I feel like my day was wasted because of this like little tiny niggling little shift that was just kind of given to me. I never work on Thursdays, so oh well, oddball day. Let's start with some good news today, right? Let's start with something good, something that kind of warms my heart and makes me feel good about what's going on. Time magazine, right? Well, one of the big mouthpieces of the imperial core, right, and of the empire, has actually added onto its list of most influential people for 2024 Sean Fain, who is the UAW president. Uh, Sean Fain has been explicit in his statements saying that there should be no billionaires. I think that that's completely reasonable. I think it's the most reasonable position that exists in the world. I think that it is literally the very definition of a centrist position. I do not think that it is an extreme far left position. I certainly don't think it's an extreme far right position. Uh, um, I think that standing up and saying no billionaires uh, is akin to standing up and saying no kings. Like, yeah, obviously there should be no billionaires. If you don't think you should have a king, I don't know why you think you should have a billionaire. Well, they earned it. No, they didn't. Like, by definition, they did not. It's a very strange position to hold. That guy writes effing 3-hour shifts. Had those at Eddie Bauer, just so they can extract 3 hours without giving you a break. I think in this case it's not so bad. Like, I don't work in a corporate environment. In fact, I would argue that the environment I work in is the most progressive environment that can exist today outside of a straight up workers co-op. And my goal is, of course, to push the culture of the place towards a worker co-op. That the current owners are not going to be the owners of this establishment forever, and that I'm going to try to work towards convincing them to sell the place to the workers and to turn this place into a workers co-op. That's my initiative. That's my goal. And I've also, like, we've got it in a position, like, we're not unionized as a workplace, but that's because the negotiations between us and the ownership and the owners is largely, I don't want to use the word positive, but it's, it's amicable. Like, they're pretty reasonable. Like, they're not just extracting wealth from us and having us live in poverty, right? So that's kind of nice. Yeah, it is. It like, so here's, for example, one of the best things that exists in the place, the restaurant that I work in, is we don't do a tipping model. We do a revenue sharing model. So instead of having all of these prompts and instead of taking up people's time being like, hey, do you want to add a tip and all this, and then having to take the time to actually calculate that and break it all apart and then distribute it and do all that kind of stuff with tips, we just build it into the system automatically. We add a 6% tip onto everything that is sold. So if people buy food, drink, anything from us, there's a 6% increase added on, and that 6% just goes directly to the workers. And it works for everybody. It saves labor costs. It saves costs. It makes the distribution of wealth cleaner and easier, right? It's going to be it's going to save everybody time. It's going to save everybody money, and it means that we all end up with a lot more stability. And more importantly, I think, and most importantly, I think, it changes the dynamic between the worker and his workplace. That when you work for tips, you have a perverse incentive, right? You're not incentivized to sell products when you're working for tips. When you work for tips, you are incentivized to give customers as much free stuff as you can get away with, right? Like, that's your incentive. You want the customer to like you. You don't care how much money you cost the company or the business, right? So it's a perverse incentive structure where if somebody says, like, hey, can I get an extra thing, or hey, can I get this, or hey, can I get that, with a little wink and a nod, you can be like, of course, because you're fishing for a better tip for yourself, right? Whereas with a revenue sharing model, right? Well, you want sales to increase. You want to be a good salesman. You want to make sure that they know about the specials. You want to make sure that they know about all this kind of stuff, because that flows directly into your own paycheck. Right? So it aligns the incentive. And of course we can have a conversation about, oh, well, our business is good in the first place. Like, it's sort of odd, like, this whole structure, maybe it's better. But in terms of choosing one over the other. The revenue sharing model aligns the interests of everyone involved in the project, which I more or less approve of. I mean, I think that the revenue sharing model can work anywhere and everywhere. Like, literally, if you're selling a product, you can do a revenue sharing model. There's no reason that you don't need to replace a tipping model with it, right? Just straight up, workers get X percentage of every sale. Just period, full stop. Like, you can kind of think about it as if it is a commission model. But, like, I just look at customer, because our prices are a little bit higher than everywhere else. And anytime anybody complains, I just look at them and I go, like, look, we're paying people a living wage here. Like, this is what happens when you pay people a living wage. Prices need to go up a little bit. Right? If you're not going to tax the wealth at the top, and if you're not going to make sure that the wealth trickles down actually, well, then we've got to do it this way. And this is the way it's actually got to work. So, do I advertise the 6% or is it built into the price? We don't advertise it. The only time I talk about it is when people are like looking at the pin pad with their card out being like, where do I add the tip? There isn't an option for tip, and I'd like to tip you guys. You're providing such excellent service. Especially you, bearded gentlemen. I'm excellent at my job, by the way. Just in case you were wondering, I'm a phenomenal customer service. I provide phenomenal service. If there is a rich restaurateur out there that wants to offer me, that wants to try to snake me, just know I will be the best that you have, for sure. But we don't advertise it. I just let people know when they go like, oh my God, right? Then I'm like, oh, we do a revenue sharing. This is the exact line I use. We do a revenue sharing model here. It's all built into the price. So if you want to give me more money, you just buy more stuff, right? Simple. Yep. And tipping and the whole culture of it. Like, I think it's perverse. I think it operates against the interests of not just the worker, but also the capitalist. I don't think it works in favor for the capitalist either, right? Like, it gives the capitalist this idea that it's like, oh, I can pay them very little and then they'll work for tips. That's intelligent and smart. Yeah, they'll just steal from you. Like, what are you, dumb? Like, they're just gonna take shit from you. Like, that's so obviously what they're going to do, and everybody will. Like, it's so clean and it's so plain and it's so and they're not going to consider it theft, right? Like, the idea that the capitalist thinks that he's making a good bargain out of this just shows you how dim-witted these guys actually are. Because what they're doing by maintaining this tipping model, right, without paying a living wage, is they're destabilizing their own businesses. Right? Like, restaurants have like an 80% fail rate to begin with. And a big reason for that is that you can't actually build a clientele and you can't actually build a community and you can't actually become known as a community center if your workforce is constantly destabilized. I've seen this firsthand. I remember I worked in a cafe and I worked with a young lady. At the time, she was about my age, but I call her young lady now because that's how I remember her. But I worked with a young lady who was the very definition of a barista. Like, I felt at that time that I was stuck being a barista. She was born to be a barista. That's what she was supposed to do. She was excellent at the job. Everybody loved her. She knew how to do everything properly. She was extremely good at task-oriented, but most importantly, she was outward-facing. She knew that the whole point of the service that she was providing was not simply the product, but it was the experience. For a lot of people, I've been in customer service my whole life, so I think about this a lot. I don't talk about it very often on this stream, but for some reason I feel the need to do so now. A lot of people don't have social experiences outside of their workplace and outside of their home, right? That most people, their life is interact with their wife and their kids, right? Or whatever's going on in their house, their roommates, right? travel to work, talk to nobody while you're traveling to work, interact with the people at work, right? Turn around, go home. Well, what cafes have done, and the culture in the most positive way, because there's positives and there's good, and there's positives and there's negatives, of course, for how this can work. But the most positive way of thinking about it is that people want to leave their offices and leave their apartments and leave places and go have a social experience somewhere. They want to walk into an establishment where there are nice, good-looking people offering them treats, right? Like, seems very straightforward, not complicated. And so when a person walks into my cafe and walks into my restaurant, my first objective right off the bat is to make them feel as welcome as they possibly can. To make them feel like this is an establishment that they have ownership of. To make them feel like they are welcome here. That they're not merely just passing through, and that they're not merely here to just have a meager transaction. Because how you actually build a customer base, and how you actually build a business, and how you actually build something like that, is to get people to think of you as part of the community. Get you to think of part of the community. But I mean, John, you're so charming right now, saying all the right things. I believe this. Like, this is how you survive in customer service. I've interacted with plenty of people that go through the motions, right? I know plenty of people. I work with plenty of people who are just going through the script, right? Hey, how you doing today? What can I get for you? Okay. Anything else? Okay. That'll be $5.55. Pin pad there. Okay, have a nice day. Okay. Your life sucks. You're having a terrible time. I see it. It's obvious, right? Try to have some goddamn fun. Every single time a customer slides up in front of you, that's an opportunity to fuck with somebody. Sure, know your script. Like, sure, get them through the script. You've got a line, all that kind of stuff. But every single time there's somebody in front of you, do they have nice nails? What about their earrings? What about their shoes? You like their haircut? Right? Do they look good today? Right? I try to compliment every single person that's coming through, because every single person that's coming through has done something that usually has done something that's worth complimenting. My favorite is when a young man rolls through and he's really put the effort in, and I just take a look at him and I'm like, my man, you are a good looking fella. You're doing great today. Look at you. What a champion. Right? And I'll tell you what, not only does it make me feel better, right? It makes them feel better, and it does better for the business. So to loop this all around, this is who this young lady was. And she was like that before I was like that. She was actually a big inspiration for me. She was one of the people, and there's been many throughout my life, but she was definitely one of them that made me realize, like, you can have a good life and be a good person and operate in this type of business and be in this position and in this kind of work and in this line of work, and people will like you and respect you, and you will be seen as a positive force in the world, right? And there's dignity and there's respect in the work that you're doing. That the overmined capitalist structure wants you to feel bad about what you've done, right? They want you to feel bad about your status, right? They want you to accept shit wages. You're working a shit job. Anybody can work this job. You're replaceable, all that kind of stuff. But you're not. You're not. And how do I know that people like me and people like this young lady are not replaceable? Because what happened is that this young lady was working for a couple of people, a husband-wife team, that had never really owned cafes before. They'd never owned these sorts of establishments before, and they had a very transactional approach. They had a very transactional approach to how this business should operate. Get them in, get them out. Get them in, get them out. Get them in, get them out. Right? Okay, but you're here in Toronto, right? Your coffee shop is right across the street from two other coffee shops. And you've got a young lady here who people pass other coffee shops by to come to this coffee shop. They cross the street. They literally go to a light where there's a coffee shop, and they cross the street at the light to come to your coffee shop to talk to her. Right? That's what's happening. And so what happens one day is there's a big rainstorm, right? This is what's called an inevitability. There's lots of inevitabilities in this type of business. There's lots of inevitabilities in this line of work, right? Here's an inevitability. You're going to bring in 5 people to work a shift that usually you only need 3 people because you think it's going to be really busy for one reason or another, and then it just pisses rain. It just crap thunderstorm. And so you got to cut a whole bunch of labor. You got to get rid of people. And you literally have to just watch a barista stand around. Right? Like, just clean the tile or something. Try to make busy work. Right? That's just an inevitability. So there's no reason to get upset about it. Because it's just going to happen. Here's another inevitability. You're just going to have a normal Tuesday. Right? You got 2 people on the floor. It's Tuesday. Right? Tuesday at 11 a.m. Right? There's nothing going on, and there's never anything going on. You just have these 2 people on the floor so that you can service the local community. And then just like a tour bus shows up, and a bunch of Japanese tourists come out. 500 Japanese tourists just storm into the area, and you don't know why they're there. They don't know why they're there. But boy, how do they want hot chocolate. And they're just going to make all the hot chocolate in the world. And so the 2 of you got to do it. And you just get completely ramrodded. That's just an inevitability. There's no reason to get upset about it. That's just how it goes. So there's inevitabilities. And it cuts all ways, right? It cuts all ways. And the best part about working in a rev share model is that when these inevitabilities happen, right, well, you're getting more money. Period. So this young lady gets hit with one of these inevitabilities. She's on shift. It's just pissing rain. Nobody's coming in, right? She's cleaned the place, right? She's done the job. One person is in the cafe, right? And so what does she do? Well, she chats them up, right? And they get to chatting. And for an hour, they're just chatting, right? Which, incidentally, that's really good customer service. She's making that guy fall in love with her, which is going to make him fall in love with the establishment, which means he's going to keep coming back and he's going to keep buying product, right? Just straight up. It's just the truth. That's how it works. That's how you actually run a business in this environment. They fired her for that. They had cameras and they looked at the cameras and they saw that she talked to this guy for an hour. And their justification was, well, she could have cleaned, or she could have done this, or she could have done that. It's like, she did do that. You dimwits. You dummies. She's a professional. She knows what she's doing. She's better at this than you guys. So they fired her for providing excellent customer service. And shortly thereafter, I left that establishment because they were pretty bad at their job, and I went somewhere else. And when I left the establishment, I told them. I said to them, you guys are closing this shop in 6 months. This goes under in 6 months. You don't know what you're doing. Sure enough, 6 months later, they sold the place and they were out of the business. That young lady, you know why that happened? That young lady, the day she was fired, she walked across the street to one of the other cafes that exist in the area, of which there are many. This is fucking Toronto. And she went, "Hi, you may know me from the place across the street. They just fired me for providing excellent customer service. Can I work for you?" And the guy running that shop went, "Yeah, in you come." And you know what happened? For a couple of days, people came into the establishment and were like, "Oh, where is she?" And we all went, "She got fired." And they all went, "What?" And then they all realized she was over there, so they all left and went over there. The people who are running these establishments have no fucking idea what they're doing. Period, full stop. And I've known it for years. I've known it for 20 years. That people, capitalists, get into these businesses because they have this high vision, this high-minded thing. This high-minded concept of what it is they want to achieve and what it is they want to do. But they have no fucking idea what they're doing. They're so self-interested and they're so self-inflated that they don't actually recognize that it's customers, right? Like, these guys are walking around actually saying out loud and actually believing that they are the job creators. When anyone with a brain in their head recognizes that no, customers are job creators. Customers are job creators. I don't give two good goddams how smart this capitalist thinks he is. If nobody comes in and buys his service, he's got nothing and he's hiring nobody. But if 1,000 customers walk through your door every single day, you got a business. You got a real business. And I don't care what you're selling. So, customers are job creators. And so you want to do everything you can to ingratiate yourself to customers and to make something that customers enjoy. You know, I'll tell you a story about the establishment I'm working at that I probably shouldn't tell you, but I'm going to do it anyway because I don't give a fuck. I work in a historical site, right? I work at a historical site. The Evergreen Brickworks. That's fine. Let's dox myself. That's fine. I don't give a shit. The Evergreen Brickworks. It's actually really beautiful. Here in the city of Toronto, everywhere you go, there's red brick. Everywhere you go, there's red brick. So you're in the city of Toronto and there's just red brick buildings, brick streets, red brick everything. Well, that all came out of the Evergreen Brickworks. I thought that the Brickworks shut down in the 20s or the 30s. Turns out that the Brickworks actually shut down in the early 90s. So I'm at the Brickworks, and it's just now beginning to develop itself as a historical, district, as a historical site. The Ford administration wanted to tear it all down and turn it into condos. Which, I mean, that's classic Ford, right? Like, just spitball an idea, don't really think about it. And the community was like, no, we're not going to do condos. We want to turn this into a historic site. And they've built in trails, and there's a big pond and everything. It's a beautiful area. It's really something, actually. Like, it's really lovely. Toronto's loaded with this kind of stuff, where you just, like, these unsung, unknown, like, little nooks and crannies. And this is one of them. A little nook, a little cranny, where you find something really wonderful. So as this is developing, nobody knows what the clientele is going to be like. And so the first person to invest in building a restaurant there, his theory of what's going to work is, well, there's a lot of rich houses around, right? And it's a pretty rich community here. You walk up these trails, you look on the hill, you see these giant houses everywhere, right? Lots of rich people in big giant houses all around the area. So why don't we make a fine dining establishment? We'll have everything locally sourced, and it'll be organic and fresh, and then people will feel good about what they're doing. And we've got a garden market that comes in every Saturday, and people can come to the garden market, and we'll buy from the garden market. So it's like this integrated idea, right? And it was all lovely. I worked for that for a very brief period of time, and it was a lovely idea. And it was under that management that the rev share got put in the first place. But of course it never made any money, right? It was nice. People liked it, right? But it's not a business model that actually is going to work in the place that it is. You don't have a large enough clientele that's spending enough money, right? So the business model didn't actually work. The pandemic hit, and it was during the pandemic that the management of the place really took control, and they started to convert it into a model that was actually working, which was cafe. Come in, get a coffee, get some food, get a snack, and go. Why? Because a bunch of moms with strollers were always walking around. I remember the first day I started working there, I was like, man, there's a lot of moms with strollers up in this place. There's always moms with strollers everywhere. I just immediately thought to myself, we should really be doing something to sell product to these moms with strollers, right? But fine dining establishment with this like cafe kind of tacked on the side of it. Okay. So this place gets sold and it gets sold to a couple of pharmaceutical reps who've never been in the business whatsoever. They didn't listen to one goddamn thing anybody had to say to them. They made a bunch of terrible decisions. Here's a good one. So, oh man, I definitely should not be talking about this, but that's fine. I don't care anymore. My absolute favorite one, my second favorite one, and then I'll tell you my favorite one, is they got into cahoots with a pastry house, with like a pastry organization. I won't name names. I thought that was immediately odd because we made all of our pastries in-house, and we still make all of our pastries in-house. We actually, the number one item that we sell every day is blueberry scone. It's the number one item that we sell every single day, right? And so these guys come in and they just get involved with a pastry organization of some renown and some note. And so I'm like, okay, like kind of a silly idea, but at the same time, like this is what they want to do. Okay, it's their money, right? They don't understand how PARS works. They don't understand how to actually implement something like this. And so we just end up throwing away just like thousands of dollars worth of pastries. Like literally just like they're bringing in way more pastries than we would ever need to facilitate the supply that we have. So we're just throwing away like $1,000 worth of pastries. And when we bring this up with these guys, their whole thing is, don't worry about it. We're building it. We're building the relationship, and we'll figure that all out at the end. Okay, well, you know why this falls apart? It falls apart because they didn't actually work out how to deliver these pastries to our location. That one day, I show up at work, and there's no pastries. And I go, okay, where's our pastries? And they say, we don't have them. And I say, why not? And they say, well, we don't have a delivery truck. We can't deliver them to you. That this pastry organization didn't have any internal delivery service, and they weren't going to hire a third-party delivery service, and we weren't going to hire a delivery service. That these owners expected management to just drive on down and get these pastries on their own fucking dime, apparently. And so the whole thing just collapsed. Completely to the ground. Failed totally. Right? So there's a loss. And it really indicated the intelligent level of these guys. And then my absolute favorite story. One of these guys got it into his head that he was going to turn this place into a wine bar. The moment he said it to me, I said, that's not going to work. He didn't want to hear that. He didn't want to hear my reasons for why that's not going to work. He bought $300,000 worth of wine. Did a whole bunch of renovations. Changed the entire establishment to try to turn it into this wine bar. Created a menu. Built structures. Transit stops going to the Evergreen Brickworks at 7 o'clock. How are people getting there? How's anybody gonna get there? They're not gonna walk. It's like a 1 hour walk. They can't drive, because then they'd be drinking and driving. Transit stops at 7. How do you get there? And so immediately it collapsed. And it was instantaneous. I watched it happen immediately. It fell apart. So the guy who was spearheading these ideas and losing everybody a whole lot of money doing them leaves the company. The fellows that remain finally put two and two together and recognize, oh shit, we're way over our heads. But by this point, they've chased management out. The people who are actually running the place, the management, the people who we liked, who were putting in things like revenue sharing and doing this kind of stuff, they left because they weren't being listened to. They were being pushed out, and so they got pushed out. Probably took a chunk of change with them. I haven't had the opportunity to hear those stories. And so the fellow who was kind of spearheading all this, he left. And the people who remained went, and instead of talking to the workers and being like, hey, what do you guys think we should do? Right? Because what I would say is, hey, you see all these moms with strollers? So these guys turn around and they find like a restaurateur friend of theirs. Right? A restaurateur friend of theirs. And the restaurateur friend comes on in. He takes one look around and he goes, and I remember this. I'm standing there. And the guy comes in and he's looking around. And I said to him, so what do you think of the place? And he just takes one look at me and goes like, man, there's a lot of moms with strollers around here, eh? And that was the moment that I knew that we were going to do okay. Because this guy walked in and immediately was like customer focused. He knew that he needed to provide a service to these customers and he knew who they were immediately. Man, there's a lot of moms with strollers around here, eh? And from that moment forward, this guy has been focused on providing service to those moms with strollers. And so the business is just going, and hopefully it's going to go, this summer is going to be the tail of the tape. I think it's going to be big. Because every idea that this guy is putting forward is succeeding. And the ones that aren't like a resounding success are still competent. Like he put something on the floor and it doesn't like sell out instantly, but it does sell and it does go. He implemented a menu, put together a new menu, instantly popular. People are instantly popular. People like it immediately. So, and it's the first time I've really been part of an organization that has been in a growth pattern. My experience with Western capitalism has been decline and has been destruction. That Western capitalists take systems and destroy them and extract value from them and vulture them, right? That they actively seek the destruction of competently run businesses so that they can extract wealth from them. I'll give you the clearest example I can think of. Was I used to work at a toy store called Mastermind Toys. I was the assistant manager of Mastermind Toys in the Beaches. And it used to be a store that was run by three people, there were three stores in Toronto, and it was a family-owned business. And their whole ethos was, we want toys that are educational, we want toys to help kids develop, we care about their growth. They never had action figures. They never had Barbie. They never had any of that kind of stuff. They were focused on customer service. When somebody walked in the door, they wanted their staff to know what they were talking about, understand what the products were, and communicate to the client and to the customer what these were for and how they helped with education and development. And they put a lot of resources into training us in that way. And I really respected that. So these guys end up selling the toy store because they retire, right? People get old, that's fine. So they end up selling the organization to an investor group. And the strategy of the investor group is that they're business flippers, right? Their strategy is to take successful businesses that are operating on a city level, 3 stores in the city of Toronto, that's a successful business operating on a city level, and then blow it up nationally, and then turn around and sell the business. They flip the business, right? That's how they do. That's what they do. That's their idea of success. And so they do this with Mastermind Toys. They blow the thing up nationally. We go from 3 stores to 150 in 3 years. Maybe a little longer than that. Like Huge expansion immediately, as fast as possible. And then COVID hit. And so you end up with this group of investors who don't want to run a toy store owning a toy store. And they've got to make it work. And they've got to extract as much wealth as they can from it. Thing is that they don't know how. And so what do? They just lay everybody off. They laid all of upper management off. They laid... the reason why I don't work there anymore is that they eliminated the assistant manager position. The manager that I was working with when I was laid off, she ended up getting fired too, because they she was a manager there for 10 years. She worked for them for 15 years. She was a manager for 10. And they fired her because they thought that they could get a manager in there who was for cheaper. So they vultured the whole thing. Started selling Barbies, started selling toys. They destroyed the organization. It essentially just became Toys R Us. And then they turned around and sold it to somebody. Right? There's your capitalist innovation. They made a lot of money. They destroyed that organization. You walk in there now and it's just this pale shadow of what it used to be. Nobody knows anything about any of the stuff that's in there. Nobody is coming to help you, right? Like when I was working at Mastermind Toys, somebody walked in the door. You were supposed to approach them, greet them, and ask if they needed assistance. And if they needed assistance, you stuck with them and you helped them, right? And you directed them and you worked with them. That was how we were trained, and that was the expectation, and people liked it. Now it's just a warehouse with toys in it. And if you need help, get fucked. Like, we're not going to spend any amount of time helping you. Right? I've been in these places now, and I don't know anybody there now, and so I just walk in there as a customer. Nobody talks to me. Nobody tries to help me. It's all teenagers. Like, management can't be found. And if you do find the manager, they don't know anything about anything. Just buy a Barbie and get out of here. So what happens? And what's going to happen to these establishments is very steadily people will just start buying from Amazon. And these places just go to a downward spiral. And eventually they'll just sell the place or shut the place down or vulture it, break it apart, tear it up, right? And sell it for parts. Like that's the end result of that business. Like how Mastermind Toys is going to finish is it's going to be torn apart and sold for parts. That's what's going to happen to it. Because the goal is not to build successful institutions. The goal is not to build something that's going to become a community standby and in a community place so that people feel like they're part of a community or a culture. That's not the goal. The goal is to extract as much wealth from everybody as fast as possible. So, yeah, John, don't you know as a worker, you are clueless, don't know what you're talking about? We need these gods to guide the working class. Yeah. No. Like, no, you don't. You just straight up. So there's a little insight into my capitalist experience recently. Eric writes, I'm loving the new course so damn much. I feel like I'm finally productive. Fantastic, dude. Join a fitness club. Fantastic, man. I'm so happy to hear that. It's got to be a real breath of fresh air for you, dude. It's been 2 long years, man. You really deserve it. Good work, dude. You see a lot of these kinds of people on shows like Kitchen Nightmare or Hotel Nightmare. Yeah. A lot of people get in their own way, right? Because their focus is off, right? Their focus is completely off. They're self-interested, right? And God bless them. Like they live in a society that trains them to be self-interested, and teaches them that being self-interested is a good thing, that it's a virtue. Right? Don't think about other people, just think about yourself. When the reality is that, like, especially restauranting, like especially restaurateurs, like, thinking about other people is how you make a successful business. You have to. Like, it's no small wonder then that most restaurants fail, because most people open up these businesses and they don't even begin to think Is this something that people want? If this is there a demand here that needs to be met in the first place? And so people have all kinds of stupid ideas, and people have all kinds of ridiculous ideas about what they think is going to be successful because they don't pause and think, is this something that people give a shit about? And I also think that people really we make things more complicated than they need to be. We make things more complicated than they need to be. That keep it simple, stupid plays, right? Like, if I was suddenly like fired from this job, or let's say the place burnt down or something, like let's not even make it a capitalist tragedy. Let's say a lightning bolt hits the building and the building burns to the ground, right? Well, if and let's say I couldn't find a job, there's just nothing going on. You know what I would do, right? I've thought about this a lot. I know exactly what I would do. I would walk around the Evergreen Brickworks with a backpack full of hot chocolate. That's what I would do. I would take whatever money I had and I would just get like a warming thing and have a backpack. And then I would have a larger unit that would make the hot chocolate, right? So that I could fill the backpack. And I would just walk around the Evergreen Brickworks with like a little pad, little debit machine. And I would just be like, hot chocolate, you want hot chocolate, right? And I bet you I'd make a lot of money, right? There's like thousands of people there, and they're all just milling about. You want a hot chocolate? It's November. Want a hot chocolate? Lots of people would say yes, right? Is that a complicated business model? Is that like a crazy vision for how the thing should be? Is that like a crazy... No, that's the simplest shit of life. It's like, it doesn't get simpler. But it would 100% work. It would 100% work. Like, the guys that are driving around with one of those carts full of ice cream, they do pretty well. Doesn't get simpler than that. You just got to park yourself where the people are. So but a lot of these guys get into the business because they want to enact a vision. And they don't realize that their vision doesn't matter at all. Their idea of what they want to accomplish is not the point. It's about looking around, saying, man, there's a lot of moms with strollers. What do moms with strollers want? You know what strollers mean? Kids. Yeah. What do kids want? Methane writes, my experience with capitalism has been joining a small local business that got bought out by progressively larger corporations 3 or 4 times. Yeah, over the years, not fun, would not recommend. Yeah. I've almost exclusively worked for that. Like, I've almost every business that I have worked for has turned into like a corporate shithole. And every single time that happens, the establishment loses its soul. And it becomes worse to work for. The customers like it less. The business tends to skate by for a little period of time. But then eventually something happens and the whole thing falls apart. Right? Because the people running these places are not very intelligent. And don't really communicate well with one another in the first place. Right? And there's no soul to it. Right? Everything is just looking at spreadsheets. So you don't actually have a connection to the community. You don't actually... You end up with like management that literally cannot find the stores that they operate with on a map. You know, you end up with CEOs that just don't even know the name of the managers. You know, just these absolutely worthless like tack-ons that are really only there to act as like a you end up with like a shitty manager who doesn't know anything about anything getting paid $20,000 a year, and a CEO who knows even less making $20 million a year. It just doesn't make any fucking sense at all, right? Like, it's the antithesis of making a successful business. But if your goal is just extraction, right? If your goal isn't the long-term sustainability of the society or the culture or the community, if the goal is just to extract as much wealth and then who cares if the thing falls apart, right? Well, then that's a good idea. But if the goal is to actually build something that people like and enjoy and it sticks around, you know, then you got a different thing going on. Eric writes, I'm sitting here thinking that I should buy a Kithia. I see a headline from City News saying that Ontario is planning to ban them. Oh, yes. That's actually an interesting story. Funnily enough, so the city of Toronto, the Ontario Parliament banned the wearing of the kafia, which is the Palestinian headscarf, in its chambers. Funnily enough, Doug Ford has stood up and said that we should lift this ban. Doug Ford said that we should get rid of this ban, that it's just petty politics and it shouldn't be done. And he actually made some pretty powerful statements about it, I think, where he just said, like, look, this should be one of these issues that, like, we should not be drawing battle lines on this issue. We should be allowing people to express themselves. He's taken a very free speech position on it. It's like one of the few times that I've actually looked at Doug Ford and been like, oh, damn, is Doug Ford actually interested in governing this place? Wait a minute. Is he actually like a fucking premier? Holy shit. Look at this guy. He's actually governing. And he said accurately that this is a ban that has been put forward by the Speaker of the House. And so he's trying to lift the ban. Right? He loves the idea of freedom. I don't think he actually understands what freedom is. Like, working for capitalists is not freedom. Right? They want you to believe that it's freedom so you won't actually fight your chains. That if you just come to love your chain, right? Doug Ford is human? Doug Ford is actually a really interesting figure because he is primarily a boob. Like, he literally is the fail son of a fairly unsuccessful politician who literally just had a sticker factory, right? Like, his father was an MP here in the province of Ontario, had a sticker factory, so he was good at sloganeering and good at making signs and stickers. Doug Ford and Rob Ford inherited that and built from their father's family name, right? Continued the legacy. It's like nepotism at the highest level, right? It's so obviously nepotism. And because they were born with millions of dollars, they could literally just walk around and glad hand people all the time, right? Like, one of the most telling things that I think happened during Rob Ford's administration, like, remember Rob Ford got into that crack smoking scandal, right? That he had to confess in the chambers in Toronto that he smoked crack, right? It's like one of the funniest political moments of all time, watching this guy confess in the chambers in Toronto that he smokes crack. But the thing is that the people who vote for him also smoke crack, right? And they like that about Rob Ford. They like that he smokes crack. He smokes crack with them. They all smoke crack together. Like, they like that. They like that about Rob Ford, right? And so, like, these guys are like just frat boy boobs mainly, right? And then when it comes time for them to have, like, an ideology of any kind, like, of course they're just going to support their dad, right? And whatever their dad thought. That's pretty common, right? And what did their dad think? I'm an entrepreneur that worked hard for his money and I pay no attention to the workers I exploited and pay no attention to the giant government subsidy that I got, right? Like, just pay no attention to the things that are real. Like, pay attention to this kooky little ideology that says it's my hard work that did it. Okay, bud. Like, thanks for showing up to your job like everybody else. Long Defiant writes, don't talk about crypto. My kid's mom got $900 airdrop the other day from a meme coin. Walrus, what if that, I think, fake wealth, yeah. Oh, by the way, fellow from South Korea, you did type in your name one time. If you could do me a favor and do that again, because I don't want to continuously refer to you as fellow from South Korea. However you'd like to be referred to in English, just let me know, okay? Because I don't know. I don't want to call you Korea. Like, that's silly. But good to see you. Glad you're back. Yeah, crypto is the dumbest idea we've ever done as a people. I can't think of a stupider idea. Like, really, I can't. I really struggle with this. Like, every so often I do sit down and I'm like thinking to myself, like, what is this? What is stupider than crypto? You're telling me maybe virtual property is stupider than crypto, but it's the same kind of idea. You're telling me that we're going to spend actual assets, real assets. We're going to burn fossil fuels in order to maintain like digital currencies and digital empires. So we're literally burning real things for things that are fake. That's stupid. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. And that we're attributing value to this worthless bullshit that we invented. And it's bad enough that we do that with money, but at least with money, we're not actively polluting and producing fossil fuels on that scale. Like, to make money, it does produce a certain amount of pollution, and it does produce a certain amount of waste, certainly, right? But that's true of everything in capitalist societies. But to maintain the existence of a digital currency, you need to pollute, and you need to burn fossil fuels. Like, at least with money, you make it, you've got it, right? But with digital currencies, you're just constantly burning and constantly burning and constantly burning. And to the point where there's no way that the amount of resources you're burning can... there's no way that the value of the currency you're creating will ever be greater than the amount of resources you're wasting to maintain the currency in the first place. Like, it's so stupid. Korea says we need to let the market itself solve this issue. There's no market solution, mate. If the market had a solution, it would. If the market had a solution, it would solve it, but it doesn't have a solution, right? That what you're engaging in is what I call the third pillar. Generation Y Me, good to see you, my man. There are three religious pillars of the ideology of the capitalist death cult. Worship of the self, worship of money, worship of chaos, right? When you use phrases like the market will solve it, no solution yet because there's no apparent problem. Just delusional. Just denial is the first stage of grief, my friend. Like, just delusional. Literally, I'm showing you an article right in front of your face. Climate change will cost global economy $38 trillion every year within 25 years. Where's your free market? Where's your free market solution, my man? I got a new haircut a little while ago, Gat Najara. Good to see you on Twitch. Free market these nuts. Yeah, you got it, bud. Like, if you're actually walking around saying that there's no problem, you are delusional. Like, that's the most demented take of life. Oh, are we gonna do climate change denialism? So you have the intellectual credibility of a flat earther. Like, we don't need to go any farther, right? If you're actually denying climate change, I just don't think you can be considered a credible person. Like, it's just embarrassing. Like, it is. Like, I can't even be mad anymore. It's just so dumb, right? Like, you can't be trusted with anything. Generation Y Me. I've been watching Al Jazeera, and it's been terrible. Oh, yes, it would be. America and Israel have agreed that Israel can invade Rafah. Yes, I'm sure. Was there ever any doubt? And the vote for recognition of Palestine at the UN was vetoed by the U.S. Yes, of course. America is the most evil and worst country ever. Yeah. Yep. Isn't it exciting? Isn't it exciting that you actually get to see the worst? Here it is. It's happening right in front of you. Eric writes, I was talking to a Chinese person today in my class. He made an interesting critique of China. He was essentially saying that China has a huge tribal cultural problem. What he was talking about is that Xi is currently playing a game where he unified multiple different competing groups. If he retires, then these competing groups will try to eat each other, and depending on who wins, they can also go after the Xi family. This kind of internal conflict goes all the way back to the Chinese warlord era. Sounds like politics, my man. That's all. Like, that's not so much a critique as it is just an acknowledgement of how politics works. Like, yeah. Organizations have internal politics, and those internal politics involve factions, which is why communists have worked very hard to avoid factionalism, try to focus on unity, right? Try to placate and help factions overcome their factionalism and become more inclusive of other groups, right? Because factionalism can take over internal organizations and cause them a lot of problems, right? And so you try to avoid it. You try to avoid it as much as possible. But it is, of course, inevitable. Right? It's inevitable that you'll have factions. It's inevitable that you'll have cliques. And so part of the job of any politician in any organization anywhere is to deal with those factions and deal with those internal groups. Right? I think that's a big part of what politicking is all around. Yeah, and I think Eggs D is pretty much hitting it on the head, right? Xi is not the only glue holding them together, right? Like the and the Communist Party is not just Xi, right? Like the even Xi's own faction is not just Xi, right? Like there's a lot more going on there. Yeah, more Korea, my man, like. Really, dude. Like, China is currently growing slowly. Literally faster than the entire West. Sure. China growing slowly. Okay. Kind of an embarrassing statement. It's crumbling to fall. With a massive birth rate before even becoming developed. Oh, you're talking about the intentional decline in their birth rate that they did because of the one-child policy, right? See, in the West, we don't need to implement those kind of policies because we just crater our own birth rate because of our shitty system. The Chinese actually grow so fast that they have to pass policies in order to control their birth rate, right? China was growing fast, but it recently stopped, right? Because of the trade war that's going on between them and America, right? That China's growth for a long time was predicated on the trade relations that it had with America, right? And that America never really considered China as ever becoming a threat to them, because America is widely xenophobic and has a xenophobic idea, and they're not very intelligent, and they don't have very intelligent people at the helm. Like the economists in America are fairly illiterate and not very smart. And so they literally looked at a country whose slogan was "seize the means of production," and they traded them the means of production. So not an intelligent group of people. But now that relationship has changed, right? And when those types of relationships change, it has results in the economy. So the question is, like, you can't just observe China in a vacuum and say, line went down, therefore, because that's not smart. That's anti-intellectualism. That's silly. You need to take a look at how the entire global economy is doing And within that global economy, if it's a global decline, who's declining slowest? Well, and China actually has a strategy and a plan because it's Marxist. It looks at Marxism and it uses Marxism as a way to make its decision. Yeah, I just don't think you know what you're talking about, bro. Like, you're a climate change denier. I don't have to take anything you say seriously. Like, you're the stupidest person here by a long shot, my man. Like, if you're a climate change denialist, you're not like source required. Sounds to me like you're listening to some Radio Free Asia stuff, right? We don't really tolerate CIA spooks, right? Like we base our opinions on evidence, on the facts that we actually see with our eyes. We don't tend to just listen to kooky idiots who think that climate change doesn't exist, and who seem to think that capitalism is somehow beneficial, right? Like it's just the kookiest shit of life. So source required. It's so fun watching the capitalists really scramble with the consequences of their own stupidity. Right? This is from The Guardian. Climate crisis, average world incomes to drop by nearly a fifth by 2050. So average incomes will fall by almost a fifth within the next 26 years as a result of the climate crisis, according to a study that predicts the cost of damage will be 6 times higher than the price of limiting global heat to 2 degrees Celsius. Yeah, dude, I'm not taking your analysis seriously. Like, so spare yourself, right? Don't bother writing stuff out. If you want me to start taking your stuff seriously, you can type in websites. Like, what policy papers are you talking about? Start referring to actual documentation, and I'll bring the documentation up, and then we'll talk about it. Because I don't take your analysis seriously at all, right? You're a climate change denialist. You're a free market libertarian. You're embarrassing. Right? Like, you're not a serious person. So if you want me to actually deal with your stuff, source required. Right? Like, I'm a serious intellectual that uses evidence, right? You're a clown. So if you want to get on my level, you go ahead and provide sources. And if you're not going to provide sources, and you're just going to waste your time babbling in the chat about an analysis that I don't care about, because you're a climate change denier and a libertarian, no, I'm literally not engaging you. Like, where are your sources? I had a guy recently saying, why don't you like using my scholarly sources? Meanwhile, he uses sources like Victim of Communism and the Black Book of Communism. Yeah, I mean, like clown shoes stuff, right? Literally, like, why don't you like my sources that say that Nazis are victims? Because your sources say Nazis are victims? Like, rising temperatures, heavier rainfall, more frequent and intense extreme weather are projected to cause 38 trillion of destruction each year by mid-century. $38 trillion of destruction each year by mid-century. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Which is the most comprehensive analysis of its type ever undertaken, and whose findings are published in the journal Nature. The hefty toll, which is far higher than previous estimates, is already locked into the world economy over the coming decades as a result of the enormous emissions that have been pumped into the atmosphere through the burning of gas, oil, coal, and trees. This will inflict crippling losses on almost every country, with a disproportionately severe impact on those least responsible for climate disruption, further worsening inequality. Isn't that great? The paper says the permanent average loss of income worldwide will be 19% by 2049. In the United States and Europe, the reduction will be about 11%, while in Africa and South Asia, it will be 22%, with some individual countries much higher than this. And of course, scientists often are conservative in these estimates, right? That their estimates are usually very conservative. Andrew over on Twitch says hello. Good to see you, Andrew. It's devastating, said Lonnie Wentz, a scientist at the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research and one of the authors of the study. I am used to my work not having a nice societal outcome, but I was surprised by how big the damages were. The inequality dimension was really shocking. The study also looked at the second half of this century, where human actions now can still make a big difference. If business as usual continues, the authors projected average income losses of more than 60% by 2100. But if emissions fall to net zero by mid-century, income declines will stabilize by mid-century at about 20%. The economic hit predicted by the paper is more than twice as high as any previous analysis. Behind that difference is a more sophisticated methodology. While more previous studies considered only damages related to rising temperatures at a national level, this new paper also incorporated rainfall and extreme weather impacts using 40 years of data. This is important because weather is local rather than natural phenomenon. Blibbity blobbity bloobity blue. Yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to listening to a bunch of New Yorkers complain about how they can't use the New York subway system anymore. That's going to be great. That's going to be super, super great. You're just going to have a whole bunch of people, hey, what do you mean? Hey, what are you talking about? I can't get on the one. What are you talking about? I can't get across. I need to get to Manhattan. That's where my job is that I hate, that I travel 2 hours to get to, and I don't make enough to actually earn a living. Yeah. And your earnings are going to go down, my man. Like, we're so fucked. Like, it's crazy how fucked we are. And it's just so insane. It's just so insane that that there's anybody still in the denialist mode. Like, that's what's crazy. Like, I would feel a whole lot better about it. Free market will solve that. How embarrassing, dude. It's just so embarrassing, man. Free market? What are you talking about? It's the free market that's creating this. The system of chaos that you worship, right? The death cult that you worship is creating these conditions. They're not going to solve it, right? Like, it's so wild to see somebody who so clearly believes that magic is real. Like, right? Like, that's what this is, right? You just think that there's an invisible magical hand that's going to float through, right? Magical hand of the invisible free market will come on by and solve all of our problems. Like, it's demented. It's like just as bad as Christian fundamentalism. It's just this wacky lunatic position that is not serious. Like, it's just amazing that anybody still believes this shit, right? But there's plenty of people who still think, yeah, he's just repeating slogans in chat. Like, he doesn't really have anything to contribute. It's just like people ask me why I don't debate people. Because it's just clown shoes. These people don't know anything. Like, it's not a debate. I already talked about this yesterday. Russia will grow faster than the U.S. and all other advanced economies by this year, the IMF says. Like, that's from Business Insider and the IMF. Like, total fucking clown shoes. From the Financial Times. Kim Jong suck. From the Financial Times. The thing I like about this article, right? I'll start with what I like about this article, is that it's like grazing up against Marxism, right? You can't actually talk about Marxism in the West because you'll get blacklisted, but it's like grazing up against it. And it's like watching a guy trying to discuss Marxism without being allowed to discuss Marxism. So if people don't know anything, then why empower them? I don't understand your comment. We got a guy named Nep Fox. Like, why empower them by not debating them? I don't understand your position at all. Forget boomers versus millennials. The next conflict is millennials versus each other. Growing wealth inequality between 30-somethings could soon displace tensions between young and old. Fight amongst each other, working class. Don't look at your capitalist owners. When millennials first emerged, blinking into the adult world in the 2010s, they quickly bonded over shared adversity. First, scarred by a rocky labor market in the aftermath of the financial crisis, they then realized that a decade of hard work and careful saving would no longer translate into home ownership, as it had done for their parents. It was a grim decade, but at least they had each other, and were united against a common foe in the shape of the wealthy, home-owning baby boomer generation. But the winds that whipped up a perfect storm of intergenerational conflict are changing. Demographically and electorally, boomers are now a fading force. And as the targets of millennial ire increasingly recede from view, they may soon be replaced by another privileged, property-owning elite much closer to home. Millennials who have benefited from family wealth. Capitalists. The millennials versus boomers discourse usually centers on the fact that despite earning more than their parents' generation, today's young adults have been unable to translate that into home ownership and wealth more broadly. In the UK and US alike, the average millennial had accumulated less wealth in real terms by their mid-30s than the average boomer at the same age. But this aggregate picture obscures what is happening at the top end of the distribution. In the US, while the average millennial had 30% less wealth than the average boomer by age 35, the richest 10% of the cohort are now about 20% wealthier than their boomer counterparts were at the same age, according to a recent study by researchers in Cambridge, Berlin, and Paris. Not all millennials are created equal. Yeah, it's almost like there's a system of capital, right? That it's not actually about generations, that it's about capital versus workers, right? It's almost as though Marx was correct. My analysis finds a similar picture in the UK. The average millennial still has zero housing wealth at a point where the average boomer had been building equity in their first home for several years. But the top 10% of 30-somethings have £300,000 of property wealth to their names, almost triple where the wealthiest boomers were at the same age. So, while it's true that in both countries, the average young adult today is less well off than the average boomer was 3 decades ago, that deficit is dwarfed by the gap between the rich and poor millennials, which is widening every year. Like, you see how he's like grazing up against it? Like, he might as well be talking about Marxism, but you can't do that. You can't do that. You certainly can't do that in the Financial Times, right? If you did that, you wouldn't be writing in the Financial Times. And if one of the reasons that intergenerational conflict between young and old has proved so fierce in the sense of injustice, then the intragenerational divide promises to be just as bitter. The fact that 30-somethings now own pricey homes in London, New York, and San Francisco, despite it taking the average earner 20 to 30 years to save up the required deposit in these cities, gives away the open secret of millennial success. Substantial parental assistance. Yeah, nepotism. We've always known. Like, it's only been losers like Peterson that spread this garbage into the society. Research from property broker Redfin in February showed that 36% of young Americans had financial help from family when buying their first home. Seemingly, home ownership in the U.S. is becoming increasingly hereditary, just as it is in Britain. B. Boileau and David Sturrock at the Institute for Fiscal Studies found more than a third of young UK homeowners received help from family. Even among those getting assistance, there are huge disparities, with the most fortunate tenth each receiving £170,000 compared with the average gift of $25,000. There's enormous inequality in how much financial assistance first-time buyers get from their family. What? I thought they worked hard. All these gifts are not just one-off boosts. They compound over time. Say a British millennial in the top 10% of gift recipients bought a home with a top 10% price tag. Putting that gift towards their deposit would save them additional £160,000 over the 25 mortgage term year. Bliggity bloggity bloogity blue. One can hardly blame parents for helping their offspring or children for accepting assistance, but the growing role of such transfers in determining millennial wealth trajectories is likely to have significant social and political fallout. Millennials have had one another's backs until now. But as the wealth gap between those with and without deep-pocketed parents becomes increasingly visible, generational solidarity may start to fracture. Yeah, because it's about capitalists versus workers. Like, you might as well be saying it, right? Like, it's about capitalists in the ownership class and us, right? No, I just think you might be stupid, Nep. Like, make your point. Say it clearly. I have a very low tolerance for stupidity. You understand? And right now you're here. So either make your point or stay silent. I'm happy to ban you. Like, percentage change of home buyers since 2015. I love showing this chart. I wish that this chart went to 2023. Like, I can't wait until this chart updates and I get a 2023 chart. Because this investor line and this repeat home owners line is going to be right over here. And this is still going to be tanked at zero. Right? Nobody's buying new home. There's no first homeowners, right? Haley, good to see you. He's trying to really downplay the fact that even the bottom tier of workers used to have a good quality of life. Yeah, there's that too. Like, honestly, I think that this guy probably just like, I have a hot take for boomer grandpas, right? For people who are reading the Financial Times, right? Warren Buffett types. I got a hot take for him. Turns out that it's the system of capital. Can't say that out loud, though. Can't say it's the system of capital out loud. So the working class will continue to hate the bourgeoisie even when they're the same age? Exactly, generation. That's exactly what it is. Gat Najara, with respect, down 20% is not zero. So, percentage change of homeowners. Oh, I see what you're saying. Correct. No, you're right. No, that's a fair thing to point out. This is down 20%, over 20%, right? It's over 20%, but 20%. So, if you want to get technical, and it looks like you do, percentage change of home buyers since 2015 has gone down a little over 20%, let's say 25%, while the percentage change of investors and repeat home buyers has gone up between 4 and 6%, right? But it's pretty obvious what has happened here. It's pretty obvious there's a transfer going on, right? That's a fair thing to say. Okay, you're just too stupid to talk to, bud. Like, maybe learn a lesson from this, right? Nobody wants to talk to stupid morons. So don't act like a stupid moron, right? Like, if you want people to respect you, then you have to actually talk with respect. And if you're too stupid to understand that, then nobody's going to talk to you. So maybe learn a lesson from this. Bye. You're too stupid to talk to. The most amazing thing about stupid people is that they think they're too stupid to realize how stupid they are. Right? And so deeply stupid people just cannot be tolerated. Like, I can disagree with people. We got this Korean fellow, right? I obviously disagree with this guy. He holds many stupid positions, right? But it's clear he's not stupid, right? Because there's nothing stupider than insulting a person and then insisting they engage with you. Like, it's just so stupid. It's just the dumbest possible thing. So get the fuck out of here. Or at least just sit silently. Yeah, I asked that same question when I saw this, Haley. What is the distinction between a repeat home buyer and an investor? I feel like this is just a method to break up this investor thing and so that the transfer isn't so obliquely obvious. So it's not so obviously just like boom, you know? Yeah, the homes are appreciating. They are investments. Yep. I don't really get it either. Like, I don't know what is the distinction between a repeat home buyer and an investor. Like, it seems to me like those are the same. Maybe the distinction is like investors implies like an investment group, like BlackRock, Vanguard, right? Whereas repeat home buyers is just like your mom, right? You know, like it's just like, you know, Bill from down the street. He made enough from his house and his job, and so he bought a second house. You know, and then he rents that second house, and then that pays the rent, and so that pays the mortgage, and then that's allowing him to take that money and then buy a third property, you know? That kind of game, which definitely exists in the market. So maybe that's the distinction, that you have like big giant conglomerate investor groups, and then you just have like regular schmoes who are on this kind of treadmill of buy a house, rent it. Use that money to pay off the mortgage, then buy a house, rent it. Right? So it's like showing two different scams, basically. Korea. The corner we get into is that wealth is generated from something. Right, the workers. It's generated from labor. Right? Workers generate wealth. Right? That's how that actually works. And it is fulfilling and enriching. Simply creating stuff for use makes no sense, and make it as to make it in mass and same amount. I don't think I understand that final comment, so I'm not going to comment on it. How happy I am in North Korea? I mean, Korea was bombed to rubble, right? Like North Korea was bombed to rubble. It's a miracle they have standing structures. So I always say this, like, it's completely unfair to judge North Korea based on the standards of a developed society, right? If you have a city that has been developing over time, right? And so it's just like boop. And then you have another city that was developing. And so you had these two cities that were developing simultaneously. And then one of these cities is reduced to rubble, right? Which is what happened in the Korean War. That's what the Americans did. They reduced North Korea to rubble. Well, this is going to continue developing, and especially as the Americans pour resources into it, it's going to continue developing, and then this is going to start rebuilding, right? So this is what you're seeing. Like, to turn around and kind of make fun of that is kind of creepy, actually. There's like a real kind of creepy element to it. Like, it's really, really, really creepy to make fun of a culture that was decimated and destroyed. And to basically point at them and go, ha ha, you're poor. After the system you are defending literally bombed it to rubble. Like, that's what's making your position so creepy, my man. Like, it's very creepy what you're doing. Right? That you're basically pointing north over the border and making fun of them for having been the victims of Western imperialism. Like, that's creepy. Strange. Weird. Odd. Peculiar. Like, I'm really struggling to understand what pleasure you're deriving from making fun of a group of people who your system that you defend is responsible for impoverishing. Very strange. Oh, I see. Conton writes, he's arguing that use value doesn't count in determining if something is worth doing. Building houses for profit is better than for living, apparently. Yeah, it's just dumb. Right? It's just an ass backwards way of thinking. It's money worship, right? It's that money worship again. I'm really, like, the reason why I'm kind of letting this Korea guy go in the chat is because he's a really perfect illustration of what I've been talking about the whole time. Right? I've been saying it for years, that these people are religious acolytes, right? That they worship money, they worship themselves, and they worship chaos. Took me a little while to figure the chaos piece out, but I got there, right? The free market is chaos. And that these three pillars are what make up their religious ideology. And the more I'm letting this Korea guy talk and go in the chat, the more he's really illustrating that. that this is a very kooky, weird, backwards and strange religious ideology. It's not rooted in reality. It in fact dismisses reality, right? Which we've seen him do on several occasions, right? Like the dismissal of climate change is a dismissal of reality. Like it's and so this dismissal of reality, this dismissal of evidence, this inability to use evidence in the decision making process, the inability to provide sources, the inability to provide evidence for claims, the inability really to make claims of any sort outside of this just grand proclamations that a free market will somehow resolve these things, which is just like the most like fundamentally religious belief system I think I've heard, right? To stand up and just proclaim the free market will resolve it. Like that's as large a belief as Jesus Christ will solve these problems. God will come and solve these problems, right? Like it's the same kind of a statement. And so it's really interesting. It's really interesting to see a person so willingly and willfully lay out for all of us to see, plain as day, their religious ideology and pretend as though it's not. Right? It's this really odd, like at least the fundamentalist Christians understand that what they're doing is a religion. Right? At least they understand that they're in a belief structure and they're in a belief system and that they're professing a religious belief system. But these capitalist types seem to think that they're not doing that. They seem to think that they've grabbed on to a science, but there's no science here. There's no observation of reality. There's no evidence. There's none of that, right? That they reject evidence in favor of their religious ideology, and that religious ideology can be encapsulated as the worship of money, the worship of the self, and the worship of chaos. Like, and the end result of this religious ideology is the destruction of human life and the destruction of community and the destruction of society. We've seen it over and over and over again in small scales, and now with the introduction of climate change, it looks like they're going for the whole thing. Like, it's just wild to see. It's just wild to watch somebody really reveal their religious ideology in front of you and pretend like it isn't. Like that's the craziest part. We shall break our chains, apes, charge. We are going to colonize the Saturn moon soon. Don't worry, bro. Oh, you're right, dude. We're definitely getting to Mars. That was definitely not a con man conning us all into allowing space to get militarized with no complaint whatsoever. Elon Musk, we're getting to Mars. We're gonna give Elon Musk $100 trillion, and we're all gonna get to Mars. You know, the thing about Elon Musk is that he's, you really need people like him. He's a genius, right? Maybe we should give all the money to Elon Musk. Yeah, we're gonna send Matt Damon to Mars, bro. We're doing it. We're gonna send him to Mars. It's real. Is there a stupider position than we are gonna terraform a dead red rock while we de-terraform the living creature that spawned us in the first place? Is there a stupider idea than that? I don't think so. Like, crypto maybe is a stupider idea. Like, at least there's like the thought of like planning and project in the idea of going to Mars. Potatoes. You know what, Kat? I think you might be right. Potatoes will grow anywhere. They'll grow on Mars, I tell you what. Plant a potato on Mars, and what are you going to get? You're going to get a field of potatoes. Mars potatoes. Strong potatoes. Uh, all this potato talk. All this potato talk really has me thinking about Lord of the Rings. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. I think that this is worth re-reporting. I reported on this a couple of days ago. This is worth re-reporting. The Supreme Court effectively abolishes the right to mass protest in 3 U.S. states: Louisiana, Mississippi, Texas. Right? The South will rise again. So Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas are now officially fascist. Right? Gat asks, have I done theater? Gat, I have a degree in theater from the University of Manitoba. I have done acting training. I've done voice work. I've read books. I've been in plays. I have an acting background and a theatrical background. I have written music. I've played that music on the stream. I am an artiste. Unfortunately, that doesn't make money. I could see you as Gandalf, brother. Well, thank you. I'm working on it. Right? It's the beard. The beard is really doing the heavy lifting. I just need to stand here and be like, and I'm Gandalf, right? What do I do for money? First of all, I do this. Good opportunity to say like, share, subscribe. Hit the bells, hit the whistles. If you like the work that I'm doing and you enjoy the channel and you want to support me, Patreon's in the description. Consider donating even $1. It gets you in the Discord. More importantly than any of that, tell people I exist. Let people know. Tell your friends. Tell your wives. Tell your husbands. Tell your daughters. Right? Let people know that I am here. If you've got a buddy who's like, yeah, I've been trying to listen to something. I'm trying to, figure some stuff out. I'm trying to get a hold on any of this kind of stuff. Hello. Hi. Let them know. So there's this. And then, of course, just random, voice work, reading books, just things here and there, odd jobs in terms of the random artistry work that I can pick up, right? Of which there isn't that much because we are a very anti-artistic society, right? If you're not willing to produce art for the psychopath class, which is mainly commercial and mainly transactional, then it's slim pickings, right? We've done everything we can to destroy the civil society and destroy the culture. Sorry to my YouTube crowd. We got a guy on Twitch. Trump won 2020 election. Strong start, my man. Strong start. Really makes me take you seriously. Really makes me want to take whatever you have to say to heart and really think and ponder what it is you say. Yeah. Go live in China. I think it's pronounced China, right? You want to be accurate? If you love communism. Okay, I was worried you misspelled it, but you did it. Communism so much. So I love this comment because it's so silly, right? Can you think of any reason why a person might not be able to go to a country across the world and live there? Can you maybe let's brainstorm, guys. Let's brainstorm. Maybe it's because it takes money. Maybe it's because I don't speak the local language. Maybe it's because I don't know anybody there. Maybe it's because I don't want to leave my friends and family. And maybe it's because I'm not a selfish person who doesn't want to abandon his society in their time of need. Yeah, all right. No, okay, what? Oh, this is great. What's communism? Seeing as you seem to think you're a serious person, what's communism? Should be easy for you as such a serious person who's definitely serious. Man, we're dealing with, like, the real guys today, man. Elon Musk will certainly release space missions to search resources and technology. Could infest atmosphere with bugs that release oxygen and stuff so Earth can continue to function and grow. Jesus fucking Christ. These people will, Trump, look, I'm not going to tolerate you being like this in chat for too much longer, okay? Like, if you want to engage, but if you're just going to be stupid, then please leave. I'm just going to ban you. Right? So, like, what's communism? Like, either engage or don't. But if you're just going to, like, spread your garbage around, nobody wants to see that. Right? It's not fun, it's not interesting. Like, it's just watching a monkey throw poop. Like, it's not. No. I'm just going to ask it one more time. What's communism? Oh, okay. You're just admitting that you're just spreading shit around. Okay. Bye. Too stupid to talk to, my man. Yeah, too stupid to talk to. You're right, Gat. I do try to give people the benefit of the doubt, and I do try to, because I do think that people can surprise you, right? People can surprise you, because sometimes what you'll end up with, and this has happened on this chat. I think that regular viewers have seen this happen. A guy will come in really hot, right? And a guy will come in really hot, and he'll be like, communism, and he's been triggered, right? And he's not thinking too clearly, and he's not really engaging. And then I'll start to engage him, and then he'll start to engage, and we'll kind of go back and forth. And by the end of the conversation, he'll be like, you give me the things to think about. I don't agree with you, but you give me things to think about, and so I admire that, right? And then we have a fine conversation, and they politely put forward things, and I politely rebut, and we have a back and forth, and I think it's interesting, right? I hope it's interesting. People keep tuning in, right? And I think there's something there in that, right? I think there's something there in that. So I try to give people enough rope to hang themselves. But but there does come a point where you just got to be like, oh, you're just stupid, right? You're just not worth talking to. So you get rid of those people as swiftly as you can. I gotta reread this comment, man. This is so wild. This is so wild, dude. Here, let's change this. What are we changing this to? Yeah, there. We'll change it to that. This is fine. Korea. Elon Musk will certainly release space missions. I love this. The certainty of releasing space missions. When has he ever said that? Is there any evidence of this? What should I search up right now in order to find these space missions that he's certainly going to do? Elon Musk will certainly release space missions to search resources and technology. Could infest atmosphere with bugs that release oxygen and stuff. So Earth can continue to function and grow. So you admit there's a problem. All right, so you admit there's a problem that needs to be addressed. Okay, good. That's a start. Right? So we're out of denial and we're into bargaining. Elon Musk and the free market will solve it. Can you point at one achievement that Elon Musk has actually done? Can you point at one? What's one thing that Elon Musk has actually achieved? One. Okay. Gat's like, I can point to many achievements Elon Musk has done. Number one, he's a billionaire. Yes, yes, his father did engage in the system of apartheid slavery. That's definitely true. Yeah. He definitely did enslave people. That's definitely true. I love it. Number 1, billionaire. Number 2, billionaire times 2. Number 3, billionaire times 3, and so on, like the 300. John, you just got to have faith. You just got to have faith. Okay, that's not an achievement, right? Like, in a open trading system, right? In a chaos system, in a quote-unquote free market, right? In an iterating trading system, right? That just, it's an inevitability that the result is monopoly, right? We actually made a game called Monopoly in order to illustrate that, right? Play Monopoly once, what happens? Everyone goes around the board and eventually one person has everything. Right. So what Elon Musk has done by collecting all that wealth is not a genius or an achievement even. It's just an inevitability. And it just so happens that he's the guy. His achievements are that he played good and beat the noobs. Skill issue. Gat, I am sure that you are being tongue-in-cheek when you were saying this, but there are people, right, that had emerald mines in apartheid South Africa that I too would also be wealthy. Right? Like, I'm dead certain that that's the case. So, like, it's not an achievement. Right? It's not an achievement to be born rich. Right? It's not a skill issue to be born rich. Certainly to be born... You're like, I'm like 75 joking. Okay, so let's talk about that 25%, God. What's the 25% that still has you on board with Elon Musk? Like, I think you and I can agree that Elon Musk's, like, his sense of achievement is oversold, right? But like that 25% still exists. You still want to believe to a tiny degree the PayPal money was earned. Was it? His early real money. Right. Okay. Elon Musk and PayPal story. I want to use a better source. I want to use something. Was Elon Musk fired from PayPal? Mashable. Ambitions and emotions run hot in the founders. Which one of these should I use here? Money.slickdeals.net. You know what? I saw a New York Times. My preference is to use. Yeah. The Founders. Jimmy Sonny's book tells the story of how an ensemble of entrepreneurs, including Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, helped online payment system prevail. First of all, like, I don't think it's particularly genius to say, why don't we let people pay bills on the internet? Right? Like, why don't we allow, like, near as I can tell, like, what's Elon Musk's talent? Near as I can tell, the only talent that Elon Musk actually has is salesmanship. That's it. Like, if I wanted to be nice, I would say that he's a really good salesman. He knows how to sell a product, right? If I wanted to be rude, I would say that he's a con man, right? Whoa, okay, Gat, hold on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Gat just laid it out, guys. He did. I've seen him take a bong hit like a pro. For real. You know what, bud? You got me. You convinced me. Right? 25%. Convinced. Dude. What a fucking clown this guy is, man. Bong hits for Jesus. Bong hits for Jesus. Like, I don't want to read this, honestly. Like, I gotta tell you, even if the whole PayPal situation, right? Like, I don't actually care. Why don't we let people pay their bills, but on the internet? It's not like this big brainwave, right? It's not this like super genius thing. It's like Bezos. What if we let people buy shit, but on the internet? Like, yeah, dude, like literally everybody had that idea. It's just some of us had money and some of us didn't, right? Some of us had like a $1 billion friends that they could turn to and be like, hey, I'd like to make a thing where I get to sell things on the internet. And they went, oh, sounds like a decent idea. Because it is a decent idea. It's a good idea. Yeah. Why don't we let people buy things on the internet? Cool. But most of us didn't. Like I couldn't turn to anybody and be like, hey, would you like to help me build a store on the internet? Korea, man, I love that you're like, Elon Musk has provided internet to Ukraine during the war through Starlink. As if that's a good thing. Like, that puts him on the wrong side of history in a big way, dude. Like, in a big, big way. Has also provided internet in countryside South America through networks. Great dealer. Great chariter. And also, like, no, the workers did that. Like, the people who work in his companies actually do these things. Right? Elon Musk just takes credit for them. Elon Musk is a defender of freedom and market, which he helped top world car brand. Tesla. Total clown shoes. Yeah, remember when he introduced the flamethrower? Look, Gad, you had me at big giant bong hit, dude. Like, I'm here. I'm with you now. Big giant bong hit. We did it. It like, yeah, Tesla lighter on wheels. Look, Tesla exists to be a carbon sink. That they created a carbon fund. They created a carbon ticket. I forget the name of this goddamn thing. It's driving me crazy. A carbon chit. Like, everybody got these carbon chits, and it was supposed to track how much carbon you were producing. And if you went over a certain amount of carbon emissions, you had to pay tax, right? It's like the cap and trade idea. So along comes Tesla and says, oh, but we make EVs, so our emissions are very low. So what I'm going to do is the carbon offset. Well, a strong comment from a first-timer, Blunder Phonics. Good to see you, my man. Sounds like you're here to be beautiful. And so he buys up people's carbon, right? And so he creates a market for buying up people's carbon, which incidentally he can do because Tesla is primarily subsidized, right? So he convinces a bunch of rubes and Congress people to heavily subsidize Tesla because it's the future, EVs, even though we don't have the resources to make the EVs. But there they are, we're doing it. But really what he's doing is he's running a scam, right? He's taking the subsidized wealth, and then he's using that to build a company that he then sells. He then sells the open slots he has for the carbon offset to companies that produce a lot of carbon, and they pay him because it's cheaper to pay him than it is to pay the tax. So he's running a scam because he's a con artist, right? Like, Elon Musk is a con artist. That's all he really ever has been, right? He runs a series of cons. And believing in a con man after he's revealed his cons. No, Gat is like, this is smart. It's not a scam. This is called business. Yeah, it's a scam. Like, running a multi-level marketing scheme is a scam, right? You can call it a business if you want, but it's a scam. Like if we start to just say that scams are business, then we just have like no principles whatsoever, right? This is what we're talking about when we're talking about the worship of chaos, right? Everything is just permitted. Just do what you want. No regulation, open market, freedom, right? Scams are illegal activities. Nah. Oh, okay. If you want to define them that way, okay. Right? Sure. Like, we live in a scam-based economy, right? The whole thing is like this crazy scam where food and shelter is withheld from you and you've got to sell yourself to gain access to food and shelter that's withheld from you in the first place. That sounds like a scam to me. Right? Illegality or legality, I don't think comes into the question. There are a lot of things in human history that are reprehensible, dark, evil, and are scams, and everybody understands that they're scams, that were completely legal and done completely through legal systems. Right? Like, I don't think legality comes into it. When it's caught, it's a scam. When they're not caught, it's a business. That's a good way of looking at it. Yeah, Content points out China's EV manufacturing shits on Tesla, yeah. And not only that, Chinese EVs have moved on to battery switching to avoid having to sit and charge for an hour. Like, the reality about EVs is we don't have enough resources to build enough EVs to replace fossil fuel cars. That's just the hard truth. We're not going to replace fossil fuel vehicles with EVs. It's just not real. It's just not a real thing. We don't have the resources to do it. And to make that transition would require, like, what's so crazy about the EV conversation is that in order to make the transition from fossil fuel vehicles to EV vehicles to the degree that it would even have an impact at all, we would have to increase our productivity to such a level that we might as well just deal with climate change. Like, it's so misguided. Why did I see a photo of the sellout Sean Fain in the thumbnails? Okay, cool. What's your take on that, Watson? Because I think you're actually closer to this than I am. And I'm really glad you're here, actually, because I would like to ask you about it. Sean Fain has been fairly outspoken in his disdain for the billionaire class. Sounds like he is moving building towards a strike. Sounds like he definitely is on the inside of it. Like, he's definitely playing politics. That's definitely true, near as I can tell. But you seem to have a different take. And I respect your position and your opinion, and I'd like to hear it. And especially because you are closer to these issues in a very boots on the ground kind of way. So I'd appreciate your input. Sean Fain named Time's 100 most influential people 2024. And what I think is really notable for that is that it is an acknowledgement. Like, he's on this list. Fain talks a big game while meets with Biden. How successful was his stand-up strike? I don't know. How successful was his stand-up strike? I think the strategy that's coming out of these unions is, what's the date? I think it's 2028. Like, their contracts are up together. There's a big merger point or a big moment where two major unions have their contracts come up at the same time. And there's lots of talks, and there's lots of indications that they are going to have a general strike when that happens, right? And it sounds like they want to move forward as legally as they possibly can. They don't want to give the power structure an excuse to beat the shit out of them. That's what it looks like to me, right? They can't just have a wildcat strike. They can't just throw down their arms and do it, right? Because there's lots of legal repercussions for doing so. So it sounds to me like they're trying to move forward delicately and within the bounds of the legal code as best as they can. And of course, that's getting harder and harder to do as the society gets more and more fascist. And it's already fairly significantly fascist in the first place, right? It's something of a miracle that there even are unions remaining. So it looks to me as though they're just practicing. That's what it looks to me. Like they're doing things like this stand-up strike. They're doing organizing movements, and it looks to me like they're practicing. So we'll see. Like we'll see. It could totally be the case that it's just a faff. Oh, yes, that was a possibility this year with UAW and Unifor. Both decided to play the nationalist game. This is something I've commented on a lot, on this channel, is that there is still this kind of spirit and there is still this kind of idea that we can resolve this through electoral politics. We can resolve this internally. And that's sort of the concern, right? Is that a guy like Sean Fain basically just exists as a plant, more or less. That he exists in the same way that like AOC exists, in order to funnel energy away from revolutionary action and back into the electoral system. And that might be an astute observation. Like he is on Time's 100 most influential people list. Like if we take a more suspicious view of it, right? Like, why would Time even be talking about this guy if he was an actual threat to the system of power, right? If he was actually a threat, they would just keep quiet. They wouldn't even talk to him, right? Just quietly brush him away. Do a Boeing whistleblower assassination on him. Penetrate the news story, the news cycle for 2 days. And then fade away and everybody forgets about it. Fain won the UAW presidency with less than 10% of the total UAW membership last year. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. This is interesting shade throwing that you're doing here, my man. So it really could be the case that what we're looking at here is we're looking at the kind of the classic partnership that seems to exist with union leadership and the capitalist class. That the capitalists permit the existence of the unions because the unions have essentially paid fealty. They're essentially vassals because they're controlled. And so there's no reason to destroy the unions because they're effectively controlled by the leadership of the unions. And Sean Fain is just the newest iteration of this. This is the claim that you're kind of putting in front of us, right? That you're saying Sean Fain, sure, he has said things and he talks this big game, but so does AOC. So does Bernie Sanders. But when the rubber hits the road, at the end of the day, they just seem to exist in order to funnel energy into a dead end. Yeah, that's somewhat believable, right? That's somewhat believable, right? Sean O'Brien, Teamster president, recently met with Donald Trump. The AFL-CIO CLC are basically an industrial police force designed to keep the rank and file in line. Yeah. Oh goodness. Well, thank you for coming in and reminding us that this is that the system of power is deeply entrenched and that it is completely possible that people like Sean Fain are there specifically to funnel us into dead-end pursuits and into believing that the system will respond to us rationally when it won't. Because I think that's credible. I think that's a credible thing you're saying, Watson. Like, we've seen it happen over and over and over again. There's no reason to believe it's not happening here, right? There's no reason for us to think that all of the sudden the unions have actually managed to get a guy in who actually is more likely. The case is that the capitalists know that they need people in positions of power that are responding in rhetoric to what the populace is saying. And I mean, you can see that with someone like Pierre Poilievre here in Canada. Like, Pierre Poilievre is speaking a very successful populist rhetoric, right? He's talking about affordability. He's talking about the housing crisis. He's talking about all of these kinds of things, but he's funneling it into dead ends. Right, he's taking that passion and that energy and he's going to funnel it into dead ends. Like, I mean, the whole debate surrounding the carbon tax is 100% of funneling into a dead end, right? Watson continues, the union bureaucracies, seem to be aligning themselves with the nature of the state. Yeah. Biden and Fain have discussed making labor the arsenal of democracy as the U.S. readies itself for war. Yeah. Like, it would be terrible if the United States tried to go to war and the unions had a strike over it, right? And it would be terrible if they started to launch fighter jets, over Taiwan, for example, and the unions started to strike over it, right? So they need people online. Scrail, good to see you. Scrail tunes in, chimes in. My union, Unifor, is useless. Can't fight to get me back to work after getting to work-related injury. That's pennant. There's plenty of work that's suitable. They refuse to give it to me. They sided with the company for some reason. Yeah. You guys are coming in and with some sobering reality, right? That it's unlikely we'll be able to look at the. It's unlikely that we'll be able to look to the unions. The term arsenal of democracy was used by Roosevelt during World War II when the AFL-CIO deliberately stood down to maintain labor discipline with a no-strike pledge. Arsenal of democracy. What a title. What a name. What a phrase. Like, it's crazy to me that right now, like, I don't really understand why. Like, if the unions were a legitimate force in the first place, the more I think on it, like, they would already be in a general strike. Like, we're committing a mass genocide in Gaza. Like, it's just overwhelmingly the case. Like, there's mass protest happening about it. Some of the largest protests in recent memory are happening over this genocide that's happening in Gaza. And the unions aren't striking over it? Get the fuck out. What are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? Oof, a permanent injury, eh? That's wild. That's tough. Watson continues, if the bourgeois press is championing a union leader, what does it say about the class character of the AFL-CIO CLC unions? Yeah, fair observation. A fair observation. Like, again, yeah, why even acknowledge him? Like, if he was the threat that he claims he is, and if he was genuine about the statements that he's making, Korea likes to chime in every so often with like a little comedy phrase. Palestine can't stand Israel. Yeah, I wouldn't stand an invading force either. Like, I don't understand. It's like saying the Rebel Alliance can't stand the Empire. Yeah, you're like, yeah. That like, Superman really doesn't like Lex Luthor. Yeah. Like, yeah. But boy, does good really dislike evil. Yeah. That's the nature of the relationship. That Israel is a colonizing force, like it's a settler colonial project that has been invading Palestine since the 1900s, the early 1900s, maybe even the late 1800s. we've seen this steady project under the British and now under the Americans. Literally, the first prime minister of Israel essentially confessed to it. So it's just like, yeah, water is also wet. Yeah. CH, good to see you. BYD ships a US 9,700 EV, total vertical integration, made in Mexico. They've taken over Australia. Yeah, there is no North American auto industry. It's just over. Yeah. Like, I mean, well, and the nature of the capitalist class. Oh, Korea, please stop embarrassing yourself, dude. Palestine is a province within Israel. Nope. Like, just not. Like, Palestine was a country that the Israelis invaded, the Zionists, right? The Zionists invaded. Initially, they came in as settlers, and they settled in unoccupied areas. But since then, they've definitely pushed through. And, like, the Nakba, right? They've swept into the region 100%. Like, literally, literally the president, or sorry, the prime minister, the first prime minister of Israel, outright said that their plan was to cleanse this place of the Arabs. Like, it's just, yeah. Was he? Was Jesus pro-Israel? Who crucified Jesus? Because my man Korea, I'm going to let you know right now, you're wading into, like, if you think I have an expertise in global politics, you just wait until we start talking about Christianity. Right? You just wait. You just wait. What verse? Where? When? What book? What verse? Jesus never existed, but he's a Roman story written in Koine Greek. Well, I mean, the existence of Christ, I feel, is beside the point. I don't care to get caught in that conversation. It's even when I was a fundamentalist Christian, like, I was always like, this does seem beside the point. Like, and now I'm like, don't you think it's actually way cooler that he's not a real person? Like, to me, that's really cool. Like, everybody knows who this guy is and we made him up. Like, that's pretty cool. That says something about humanity and human nature and the power of stories, right? Stories have real weight and real power. And it's, like, really, really, really crazy that we still know about this story and this fictional character. Like, that's wild. Like, that's wild. That we're still going to be talking about Jesus, and we're still going to be discussing Jesus, and we're still going to be doing that while, like, Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King, right? Henry VIII. Like, people who definitely existed and had an impact on the society. That we'll just forget about them. The Beatles. We'll just forget about them. And we'll still be like, Jesus Christ. That's crazier. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Yes, it is cooler if he's a typical fictional god. It also means you can feel good about wanting to be like Batman or Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, I mean, I do think Jesus was a socialist, my man. Like, Jesus was a communist. The first Christians were communists. Like, if you love Jesus, then you love a commie. Right? Real straightforward. Like, real straightforward. The dude was walking around telling people to give their money to the poor. His followers erected communes. You can read all about it in Acts. Right? Jesus was a communist. Like, so if you love Jesus, then you're in love with a communist. Watson, back to Fane. Yeah, you're not done. I can tell. I can tell. I can tell you've been sitting on this for a little while, Watson. So let's do it. Let's get it out. Let's do it. Let's rage. Back to Thane. After the stand-up strike in the fall, Mary Barra, GM CEO, claimed the strike had little to no effect on profitability. GM share prices increased. Jeez Louise, dude. Dude, I'm so glad that I put this picture up. I literally put this picture up exclusively because I found it interesting. And I only made the point that was oh look, they're acknowledging him. That's interesting. And then I kind of moved on from it. And then that attracted you with the thumbnail, and now you're here just laying truth bombs down on me, dude. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're here today, bud. Just gonna sidestep the give the money to the poor commentary, right? That's what these frauds always do, right? These Christian frauds who despise Jesus. Jesus was pro-freedom, so much that he defended the different owners of foods, was a society of direction. Jesus also tell us to obey the superiors. Communism is against this. Jesus is social democratic. Just the most brain dead takes possible, my man. He defended the different owners of foods. What are you even talking about, first of all? That sounds very dumb. I bet this is the worst possible interpretation of 2 lines of a verse somewhere, completely decontextualized. Was a society of direction. What? Jesus also tells us to obey the superiors. This is essentially saying that this is essentially the pro-slavery argument, right? That because Christ said, slaves be good to your masters and masters be good to your slaves, then that means he was pro-slavery. As opposed to just being look, you live in this system. The Roman Empire exists. They literally crucify people. So the best strategy to survive this slavery apocalypse that's happening in front of you is through kindness, right? But of course, if you have a slave mindset the way that you do, a slaver mindset, because you don't have a slave's mindset, you have a slaver's mindset, then you think that it's about obedience to slavers rather, as opposed to, and again, just ignoring all of the times Christ said, give your money to the poor, right? It's just wild to me that frauds like you, who despise Christ, don't listen to anything he has to say, completely ignore him when he explicitly tells you, give your money to the poor. But when he says some kind of esoteric thing off in the corner, you interpret it with a slaver's mindset. It's embarrassing. It's disgusting, actually. It's disgraceful. If Christ appeared in front of you, you would despise him. And it's very clear. This is anti-Christian rhetoric that you're spewing. Yeah, Pliny the Elder records in 114 CE his first encounter with Christians, and they are exactly hippie pacifist socialists. He tortures them, and they are still nice to him. He tells Trajan these people are okay. Yeah, brutal. Brutal. He tortures them. Brutal. Yeah, GM's a terrible company to work for, of course. It's like the Eye of Sauron. It'd be like working for orcs. Social Democrats, the least reactionary yet still reactionary form of liberalism. Yeah. The 114 CE Evangelion by Marcion is the first attempt to write a myth, but we've lost it. It was denounced and replaced by the Gospels and found letters of Paul. I mean, yeah, there's like a physical history, and of course, were the Gospels written by the people who claimed to have written them, right? It's a narrative structure. Jesus is individualist and poor reform. Dude, please stop spreading your heresy in my chat. You're not just embarrassing. This is dark and bleak shit. This is antichrist shit that you're doing, right? Please stop talking about something that you know nothing about, because you what you're doing is actually disgusting. Disgusting at the highest possible level. Just gross. You clearly know nothing about Christ. You clearly hate him. Very obviously you despise him. You've never read the Bible. You are illiterate, right? Like what you're doing is deeply, like spiritually offensive. To pretend as though Jesus was an individualist. What's the great commandment, you fraud? What's the great commandment? Christ was asked by his followers, out of all of the things that you teach, what's the number one thing? What's the number one thing that we should do? What was his response? If you don't know this, you're a fraud whose opinions are not relevant to the conversation. So either be silent or get completely fucked. The great commandment is love the Lord your God with all your heart, your soul, and your mind. Love your neighbor as yourself. The idea that Jesus Christ, who said as the great commandment, love the Lord your God, the collection of all things, the environment, the universe, everything around you. Love the Lord your God, your creator, with all your heart and all your soul and all your mind. And love your neighbor, the person directly beside you, as yourself. The idea that the guy that said that was an individualist is extremely embarrassing. No, you're out. You're out. I'm not going to listen to some fraud insult Christ. You're an insulting person. I hope really bad things happen to you in your life. Like, for real. I hope something really tragic happens to you. Because that's the only way you're going to have this blindness lifted from you. You're not really worth talking to anymore. Like, this, what you've done here, reveals the cancerous depths of your incompetence. You don't know anything, and you think you do. And it shows. Please at least read the Bible one time before you talk on it. Deeply, deeply insulting. Deeply fraudulent. How dare you speak of Christ so? How dare you use the name of Jesus Christ to defend capitalism? Christ was killed by people who were profaning the temple through money lending. That's how he got crucified. You deeply, deeply disturbed individual. You deeply, deeply stupid person. Read the book once before you comment on it. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, we can get into the conversation, the nature of God and what God is, if you like. But I feel like that's fairly misunderstood in the modern society, and it's misunderstood on purpose, mainly. Like, when we're talking about God, right? When we're talking about God, we're not talking about some supernatural external force that's external to reality. We're talking about reality itself as a living entity. That's what God actually is. That's the conversation. Right? It's not like Zeus. Right? It's not like some picture. It's not like the giant spaghetti monster. We're talking about reality itself, and that reality itself is a living entity. That's what we're actually talking about. Like, and I make the case that, which philosophers throughout history have made the case that nature itself reveals God. That God is a material force that exists in reality. Here in the West, because we're mainly fundamentalist and we're full of lunatics like this guy, we tend to create an externalized image and then worship that image. Of course, that's perfect timing, Watson. No, I mean, Christians like that are insufferable to me. They despise Christ. They hate everything that he stood for. They loathe him. They loathe him. You can't trust a Christian like that. You can't trust a Christian like that. A person that stands up and speaks of Christ in that manner is a despicable person. Like, truly a despicable person. They hate the person that they claim to love. And if they feel that way about Christ, then they're definitely going to feel that way about you. So to reiterate on behalf of Watson, right? Because I feel like Watson's presence in the chat is very lovely right now. We here in the West externalize the concept of God, right? That God is a picture or an image or a being that exists above reality, right? Or a being that exists separate from reality. That there's a layer of reality and then there's a layer, and that's where God is, looking down at us. Yeah, Christian fascist describes those types for sure. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah. But if you read the theologians of yore, right? Isaac Newton is a good one, right? Because Isaac Newton's like the Rosetta Stone. Because you go back to like the 10th century and you read these guys, and it's very difficult to understand what they're saying because they're like building a moral language and they're building something. But then the Enlightenment happens, and we have theologians like Isaac Newton was a theologian, who is creating what we consider the modern scientific language. And so he has this old theological language that he uses, but it's merged with the new secular language of the sciences, right? And so he ends up being like a theological Rosetta Stone, and I highly advise people read his works because of that, if they want to know more about it. And he explicitly said that God is all things, right? God is reality itself. God is not separate from us. God is with us and in us, literally. Not in a like, God is with us and around us, feel his beautiful presence, but literally. Like, literally, he's the tangible object of you. And the chair you're in, and the wall, and the grass, and the sky. The wind blowing. The earth rotating around the sun. The space between those two things. God is all things. And we are within the body of God. That, like, a red blood cell exists within you. You exist within God. And that the universe is itself a living entity. And that life itself reveals that. And that we are a collective consciousness that is God, and that what we are doing is attempting to investigate ourselves. As we attempt to investigate ourselves, God attempts to investigate itself through us, and that's the purpose of our creation and the purpose of our existence. To investigate the body of God on behalf of God, because it has no other method of doing so. Right? So if you take anything from, and I don't care if you believe that, like, I don't care if you buy into that, that's fine. But, like, the only thing I care that people do is they begin the process of banishing the external God from their thinking. Because the external God is what the fundamentalists preach. The external God is what the atheists preach. And there's no one walking around talking about, like, a living, existent God. So he exists, yet kind of doesn't exist. Well, this is why I hate the question, Watson. I don't like the question, does God exist? I feel like it's a waste of time, right? I feel like it's a waste of time. That when you sit down and dwell on the concept of God, you think, does God exist? It's just a dead end, right? And the reason why it's a dead end is that when you sit down and you go, does God exist? You conjure from your mind an image in the abstract space, right? You conjure in your mind an image of what you perceive God to be, and then you seek to define its existence based on your imagination of what that is. So you self-define it, so you define it, and then you seek to prove or disprove its existence based on your definition of it. That's what the question, does God exist, do, and it's worthless. It's worthless. It's a total dead end, right? So I'm giving you a new question. And you don't need to buy into this. I don't care. But flush does God exist down the toilet. It's an intellectual, spiritual, emotional dead end that leads nowhere. And replace it instead and put it in your contemplation sphere. And the next time you think to yourself, does God exist? Replace it with this question. Is the universe alive? Again, I don't care for an answer, and I don't care for you to immediately be like, oh, these are my thoughts, and all that kind of. I don't care about that. Is the universe alive? Are you living within a living universe or a dead universe? Does the universe have a consciousness? Does the universe have awareness? Is the universe itself alive? That's the question that we have to start asking. That's the question that we should start asking to atheists. That's the question that we should start asking to fundamentalists. That's the question that we should start asking everybody. Is the universe itself alive? So what that is, Watson, is it's us creating an image in order to discuss the subject, right? It's like this famous, there's this very famous picture that I can do it with anything, right? But this isn't the picture, but this is fine. So a painter one time painted a pipe, and he put it in front of everybody, and he named the painting, "This is not a pipe." And then he put it in front of people and he said, "What is this?" And they said, "It's a pipe." And he went, "No, it isn't. It's a picture of a pipe. You can't hold it. You can't put tobacco in it. You can't smell it. You can't smoke it. You can't use it. All you can do is look at it because it's not a pipe. It's a picture of a pipe." And his point was that we as humans do this. We create an image of something and then we replace the thing with the image. And that's what we have largely done throughout the Western world with God. That we've created an image and then defined the image as God. And so the book, which is the creation of the image, it doesn't claim that he's an individual. It presents him as an individual. And the fact that he's called him in the first place should reveal to you the nature of the author, not the nature of the God, right? That these books were written by men in order to grapple with this very large concept and this very large idea of living within a living universe and a living entity that you are actually part of, and that is, incidentally, also within you. That you are of it and it is of you. And the two of you are inseparable. That you can't separate yourself from God. You can't. It's just not possible. And God, and also that goes the other way. God can't separate itself from you. You need God and God needs you. You need each other. And you can't not. It's the reason why you exist. that without your existence, God itself would not exist. Some of the universe is alive, some of it is inanimate. Right. So that observation by itself shows you that the universe must be at least as alive as the things that are alive. Right? It must be at least as alive as you are, by definition, as a tautology, as a logical tautology. It has to be. It can't not be. Right? So to ask the question, is the universe alive? Is that not a composition division fallacy? I want to be more specific in my understanding of that. So I feel like I've discussed this before, but composition/division fallacy. Fallacy of composition. Let's be just specific. Involves assuming the parts or members of a whole will have the same properties of the whole. This leads to wrong conclusions because what is true of the different parts is not necessarily true of the whole. A house is made of bricks. A brick is light in weight. Therefore, the house is also light in weight. Well, I mean, a brick is lightweight. No, I think it is different because what we are learning about the nature of reality and what we are learning about ourselves and what we're learning about is that we aren't actually parts, right? That we are actually a constituent whole, that we are a singular energy, that we are a singular thing. Like that is what we are learning and what we are seeing through the quantum system and through these things. And which is why every religious tradition has always said that we are one. There is a oneness to all of this. That's always been the religious tradition and the traditional line, that the separations are illusionary, right? But we are in fact all light, right? That we are not bricks, we are not the house, we are light, we are projections, we're holographs, right? We're holograms, and that we all exist. That the separation between us is illusionary. So it's not this fallacy, the fallacy of composition, because the fallacy of composition itself creates a separation that doesn't exist. We aren't actually separate from one another. We just appear to be that way, which is fascinating. This is getting a little too Matrix for me. Yeah. Look, I'll be straight with you right now, okay? Full stop. Let's full stop, because we're going deeper and deeper, and I'm going very fast. I'm going very quickly down the rabbit hole, right? Because I just don't feel the need to take my time, right? Sometimes I do, because it's more effective. It's more effective to be slower at it. I feel like if I was giving a proper lecture about this issue, I would go slowly. But I don't care to do that right now. So we're going very quickly, and you can't. You can't. It's not really an issue that you go quickly through, right? It's not like and then you reach the end of it and somebody goes, "Oh yeah, right, click." That's not how it works. And so I'm gonna complete. You're right. That the value of this conversation is not in the conclusion. Okay? I really need to say that. Okay? The value in this conversation does not exist in the conclusion. It exists within the contemplation. That's where it exists. It doesn't exist in coming to an end point and then saying, aha, that's what it is. Now I can file that away in my memory space and forget about it and go and move on my life. That's not where the value lies. The value lays within the contemplation. That when you are in your quiet spaces, when you are in your thoughtful moments, when you are in your moments of introspection, and you have these moments of existential dread, and you have these moments of deep, dark thought and internal introspection, when you're sitting on a beach, listening to the waves roll over, when you're lying in a field, feeling the sunlight beam down on you, when you're walking down a forest path with no one around for miles and miles. This is the contemplation to have. Are the trees and the path and the rocks and the eagle and the sky and me, are we all a collective together? Am I existing in a life form? That the trees are alive and I am alive and the eagle is alive, and are we all alive together within a life form that is itself alive? I think that contemplation can be very powerful. I think that there's a lot of power to be had in simply the contemplation of it. And I don't think it even matters if you believe it. Like, really, I don't think it matters even slightly whether or not you actually are like, I completely, of course, this is absolutely the case. It's the contemplation of it that's wherein the power lay. I can appreciate this journey is more important than the destination, strength before weakness. See, that last step is where you just completely lose me. So what last step? What last step? Content, I love this. There's a panda that grimaces when they break bamboo. Why? Because they learned how to break bamboo through zookeepers. So this panda keeps gritting their teeth. They think gritting their teeth is required to break the bamboo. Yeah. Do I live inside of a living thing? Right. Right. So, look, it doesn't matter if you get lost there. It doesn't matter. Contemplate it. Just let it sit in you and on you. That the next time you get into that introspective, like, what is life all about? Like, really all I'm trying to do and all I'm trying to influence you towards. Because I don't know. Like, I don't know you. I don't know what's going on in your life, right? I don't know your history. I don't know any of that kind of stuff. You're the expert of your life. And so, and the stakes for me on the outcome of this conversation could not be lower. The only thing that I think is important for you to walk away from this is that the next time you have those thoughts of what is reality, why are we here, wow, the cosmos, right, is also include this question. And that's it. Do you live inside of a living thing? Well, you live in the universe, right? Like, you're in a universe, right? Like, you're in a system, right? Like, it seems to work in tandem with itself, right? Like, there's clearly forces that work together. There's clearly something going on in order to perpetuate the system of life and to perpetuate what's happening that we don't understand. Right? That we have kind of glimmerings of understanding, right? And so I'm simply asking the question, are those forces that seem to be working in tandem with one another, right? Is the structure of it a living organism? Remembering that our perspective of this would be similar to the perspective of a cell in the body. We are very, very small. We're very, very small. And our perspective of where we are in the universe or in reality in regards to this question is similar to that of a cell within our body. And to me, it's strange. Not strange is too strong. Interesting. I'll use interesting. That's a fine word to use. It's interesting that a cell would say of its place within my body that my body is not alive. And so, and to circle right back around, right? I think that it's that contemplation is what matters in this regard. Because you can't be told where the power lies in that conversation, because it's about your own journey and your own self-discovery of it and your own exploration of it. That's where the real power lives. And all I can really do, like I've done as much as I think I can in this conversation. I can show you a sign and point you in a direction. But the rest is up to you. And if you go, this sounds like bullshit, I don't care, all right, then that's it. But if in those moments you actually contemplate it and you take it seriously, interesting things are behind that door, right? But it's your journey and it's your path. That's all. Watson wants to talk about organized religion. Yeah. Organized religion is another beast. That's another thing entirely. It's the same as Marx's issue. Religion is the sign of the oppressed creature, the heart of the restless world, the soul of the soulless conditions. It is the opium of the people. Yeah, I mean, organized religion, it makes sense. Like, we create religious structures no matter what we do, right? And the most dangerous religious structures that we've seen are the ones that insist that they're not. Like, capitalism is a death cult. It's a religious structure, right? So, like, the religious structure of the universe, the religious structure of capitalism, as soon as you understand it, like, as soon as you see it, you're like, oh yeah, of course, this is a religious ideology. We just had a guy in here that we were talking to for 2 days who was a religious acolyte, for sure. Just like a total nut. This Christian fascist guy that we ended up banning, right? Like, he's a religious fanatic. So the religious aspect of capitalism is what I'm most curious about. And it seems to me that humanity, if humanity doesn't intentionally create religious structures for us to intentionally go to and intentionally pour our religious impetus into, then we just create ones elsewhere. And when we do it, we do so unwittingly and without conscious thought and without awareness. And we begin to mistake the religious institutions that we've created for secular ones. Because while I think the two meet in like a middle point, and that both are important with one another, when you start to pretend that one is the other, you get into a lot of trouble. You get into a lot of trouble really fast. SVBG, I agree fully with the cell example, and were I the cell, I would have no reason to think I live in a living thing. Yeah, it's it. So I don't think this sounds like BS. I don't understand it, so functionally I can't make that determination. Oh, it's very nice of you to say, mate. I get all kinds of interesting responses. So so it's nice that you're not simply just going bullshit like Compton does. Compton calling you out, throwing the gauntlet. I'm just fucking with you, dude. CH. So there can be large, weak membranes like solar winds or magnetic fields that effectively create a life form within them. Wow, interesting. Compton writes, yeah, but if the universe is alive, I can't think the universe would die in the absence of the consciousness that perceives it. Universe doesn't die without humans, for example. Yeah, I mean, like, it's all life, right? Like, there are really weird and wonky places you can go with these lines of thinking. Like, really interesting God does not exist within the consciousness of humanity exclusively, right? Like, it's in the gophers. It's in your dog, right? Like, God is everywhere. It's in the grass, right? If humans disappeared, God would persist, right? That right now, near as we can tell, we are the best aspect of articulating the existence of the Creator and articulating to one another the Creator, and building a kind of collective consciousness of the Creator. But that might not be true. Like, the octopi might be on it, right? The dolphins might be on it, right? But, and so, yeah, God is not a human-centric idea. God exists in all things, which in my view makes a lot of moral considerations a lot more difficult, right? Like, eating food is such a fucking problem for me, guys. Like, it is. Like, eating meat and eating food. Like, I'm strapped to this wheel that if I try to get off, I die. And I was strapped to that wheel by my Creator. But the things that I eat are also my Creator. And so I believe that the things that I eat are equal to me in validity. That they have validity within the confines or within the reality of God. And I want to honor them for that reason. But I simultaneously also need to eat them. I hate that. Thanks, Creator. Thanks for that conundrum that you just put in front of me. Right? Hey, John, do you want to be like a strong, powerful, cognizant, aware person in the world? Well, you got to eat this stuff. That is also alive. Great. Thanks, bud. Thanks. And so, like, there's like this. It's just this like fucked up, twisted game that has been put in front of me that just like exists because it can, you know. But the realization that I had that really helped me through that was the recognition that the Creator doesn't, like, Christian fundamentalists really get into a like, God is gonna condemn you to the fires of hell and judge you and all this. I don't think so. Like, I think any creative force is gonna look at it and be like, yeah, it's tough. That's a tough one. Interested to see where you land on it. This is my favorite subject, by the way, guys. For real. Like, I talk about global politics, but when it comes to what is my absolute favorite thing, it's this. Like, it's absolutely this. This is my absolute favorite thing to talk about. Because I think that this is what we all should be talking about. That, like, the only reason I talk about this is because it's tangible, it's real, everybody can grab a hold of it, we're all dealing with it, it's important. But to me, this actually gets in the way of the thing that I really want to talk about, which is the nature of our reality, our relationship with our Creator, the relationship we have with the universe. Why are we here? What are we doing? Like, that's the real subject I want to be talking about. That the real pathetic thing about capitalism, the real thing that makes capitalism pathetic, is that it's just wasting all of our fucking time. That we are randomly generated creatures in a randomly generated world, float in a randomly generated star, clearly spawned in, right? Clearly spawned in randomly by some force of creation that we don't know anything about. And instead of going, what the fuck? What is that process? How does that process work? What is that? Why is that? How is it that we are here communicating these ideas? Who are you? Who am I? How do we connect to one another? Can we create larger connections, and can we create larger ideas beyond ourselves? We're part of this incredible, enormous, massive structure that we don't know anything about, and instead of talking about that, we're all scrabbling around for food and shelter on behalf of these psychos. What are you even fucking talking about? We've got this enormous, massive, powerful, incredible mystery directly in front of us. I don't understand how other people are not consumed by this in the manner that I am consumed by this. This incredible reality, this incredible fact that is just like right in front of you. I say over and over again, right? I use evidence to make my decisions. My decision making is affected by evidence. Well, like the biggest piece of evidence that we have for what we should be doing in this reality is the fact that we're like randomly generated into a world that we know nothing about. And instead of focusing on that, it's like, yes, Mr. Elon Musk, whatever you say, Mr. Apartheid baby. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? It's crazy. It's crazy, dude. Like, so I love talking about it because it's the thing we should be talking about. There's so much depth and there's so much going on. There's so much insanity. The body dies without cells. Yeah, it's an imperfect analogy. I'll acknowledge it. Eugene Wigner, the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics and the natural scientists, points out comparing to other cognitive sciences is necessary. John, Buddhism and Jainism sees the dilemma in the same way. Yeah, like most religious traditions. Look, all religious texts are just like talking apes trying to figure out this mystery. And some of them get some things interesting, get things right. Right? And like the New Testament is a fascinating book for sure, but like it's not really a big, heavy theological dissertation, right? It really is just like the stories from the heart of an empire. That's really what the New Testament is. And there's power there, and it's a really interesting story, no doubt. Like, no doubt. And I actually think if you read it, and you actually read it, and you actually try to, like, read it, you'll see a lot of echoes and a lot of... you'll recognize yourself in the story. Right? You'll recognize yourself in the story. You'll see yourself and you'll go, oh yeah, like, I'm in this empire. Like, oh shit. And whereas, like, the Buddhists and the Hindus are the big one, right? Like, these guys were left alone for, like, hundreds and thousands of years, where they could have these conversations and actually talk about them, and actually discuss them, and actually develop things. Right? Like Christianity didn't really develop, right? Like, it started and then it became a political force very quickly. And there are things that did develop from it, and like the monastery culture. And it's from the monastery culture and the monastic culture that the universities arise. So there are Christian developments, and there is like a development, but like Hinduism had what they would consider universities, or they had those built and were living in them for hundreds of years, and were having big discussions and dissertations and conversations. So like Christianity as a religion is extremely underdeveloped. Not to say that there are not interesting things, certainly, but it's underdeveloped. It's largely a political force. Not exclusively a political force, but largely. Whereas other religious traditions that have existed in our reality, not apolitical, obviously, but are more interested in the contemplation and more interested in the conversation that I am interested in having. And the Hindus are like the big one. Like they really developed something. And if it wasn't for the colonial period and the destruction of India, we would definitely know more about it, right? But all of that is coming back, because you can't kill that. You can't do it. The creator created Kentucky Fried Chicken for a reason. Oh, it's true. I think we should all be talking about Hades and Hades 2. Yeah, apparently Conton's been playing Hades 2. It's a good game, right? It did it. Well, there were these guys called Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Trotsky that discussed why consciousness takes so long to develop. Yeah, the class consciousness, right, is what they were concerned and considered about. And it is interesting that like these guys did talk about consciousness. We don't know really that much about consciousness. Like, it's a very esoteric subject. It's very it slides through your fingers. Right when you think you've got your finger on something, it just moves. Like it doesn't want to be discovered, right? Because I think it doesn't want to be discovered. I think it's the contemplation that matters. It's the action, it's the movement. And the yeah, I think Watson, I think that's absolutely true. Like, I tend to articulate this thought, this like you see behind me, right? This poster, right? When it comes to the subject of consciousness, this is how I think about it. The chakra poster that's right behind me. It's not just there because I think it's pretty, although I do think it's pretty. My favorite part about this poster, that if you go up to the throat chakra is all about telling the truth. I'm well above. How do I do this? Hold on. Let me just slowly lower. Where am I? Am I doing it? Anyway, this is just stupid what I'm doing right now. But the throat chakra, it's all about telling the truth, right? It's all about being able to tell the truth and speak with clarity, right? And to know when to keep your mouth shut, to know when to keep your peace, right? And what's so funny about it, you'll see that there's writing all over the poster. And what's so funny is that it's the only place on the poster where there's a spelling mistake. I think that that's really funny. I think that's really, really funny. That just like straight up like, speak with truth and clarity. I think that's very enjoyable. But like, I do think that if we contemplate on the chakras, and again, not literally. You don't literally need to believe that there's literally magical balls of energy that literally exist literally within you. Okay, that's not the point. That it's a visualization tool that I think helps get you from the bottom to the top of consciousness. Because it starts right in the root of the matter, which is your reproductive ability, right? If humans don't reproduce, they die. Very straightforwardly. And so the first stage of human development, the first step of any life form developing, is its ability to continue reproducing, right? And that ability to reproduce is deeply rooted in the conversation of safety. Are you safe? Are you stable? Most people seek stability. People are willing to accept a lot of injustice. People are willing to accept a lot of hypocrisy. People are willing to accept a lot of incoherence and stupidity. People are willing to accept a lot of strange and unusual shit. As long as it's predictable and as long as it's stable. People seek stability. First and foremost. I think they seek it in their partners. They seek it in themselves. They seek it in their leaders. That as long as they know what their leader is going to do, even if the thing that they do is kind of weird and odd, they are they'll accept it because it's stable, it's predictable. And why I think that's important to bring up is that people can live in the world pursuing stability that they already have. And people can be very destabilized or feel very destabilized when in truth they're actually stabilized and they're actually okay. And for clarity, there's an immediacy to this. This isn't, oh my God, climate change. This is literally, is there a panther in the room right now? Right? Because you can have your flight or fight sense activated and not even know it. And so I think it pays to take a minute and really ask yourself, am I stable? Am I looking at stability? Do I know where my next meal is coming from? Am I okay? Am I stable? And I would say that most of you would say yes to that. That if you were to say no to that, I would be like, oh my God, you gotta deal with that lion that's in your room. Or you gotta deal with that right now. Right? So the very fact that you're listening to me probably means that the answer is yes. Right? And that any destabilizing force that exists within your body and within your sense, within your consciousness, is either something you're imagining might occur, right? Or something that is far away from you. And so you're concerned about the confrontation with the thing that is far away from you, right? And I think it pays to say, okay, no, the imagined thing that I imagine is not actually real. It's just an abstraction. And that thing that's far away is far away. But you're here now. And so you're stable. And it isn't until you find stability that you can begin the process of attaining consciousness. Or enlightenment, if you like. But acknowledging your demand better. I just came in to like the stream. Somehow I already did. Wow. You're ahead of yourself. Good to see you. Pan Shakosha. I definitely mispronounced that. Good to see you. Very interesting perspective on chakras. I'm a very interesting person. I use the chakras in my own life. That I tend to see myself not as a single thing, but as 7 things. And that those 7 things are in negotiation with one another. So I just went through the root, right? The root. Noah over on Twitch just said that's not true. I don't know what that's in reference to, my friend. So if you want to clarify that, you can. I think I must have shown up for a minute near the beginning and forgotten about it. It's good to see you, Demand Better. I'm glad to see you, but I hope you're doing well in the world. And then it isn't until you have stability that you can effectively move up to the second chakra. If you attempt to move past stability into the second chakra, things are going to get fucky. Right? And that's how it always is. Like, if you attempt to focus, so we fool ourselves as people into we misunderstand the nature of our physical forms and our physical existences. We misunderstand it. And what I mean by that is that we perceive ourselves as brains in bodies. That we think of ourselves as a brain that exists, and that our body is a just robot that basically just walks our brain around, right? You're a brain in a body. When the truth is that you're a body with a brain. That you are as much your body as you are your brain, and you're not your brain first. You are other things first. Like, your brain has never felt the air. It literally can't feel the air. All it can do is receive signals from your form, your skin, that does feel the air, and process that and interpret it, right? So what we do is we live in our heads most of the time, and we ignore the body, and we don't treat it like it's as important as our brain. And it is as important. Not more important, but as important. And it begins not at the top, but at the bottom. Where you pee and where you poo and where you get boners. And where you have babies from. Right? And if you don't pee and if you don't poo and if you don't have babies, then we go extinct. So that sounds important. So you move up the chain. You're stable, right? Yeah, the body stores so much trauma. Absolutely. Absolutely. Kim Jong-un does not poo. Well, the Christian tradition and the Judeo-Christian tradition sees the number 7 as divine. And I think that this is why. And the babies come from the stork. So we go from stability and we go up to the next level, right? And I'm quite fond of this, which is that the next level asks the question, are you having any fun? Right? I love that. I love that it's literally, are you being chased by lions? No? Well, let's have some fun. What do you think? Are you having any fun? Huh? What do you guys think? You want to have some fun? Huh? I like that. I like that the chakra system, which exists like right in your belly. You ever have a good belly laugh? Right? You ever have a good like ho 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 and your belly hurts? Right? You ever take your finger and put it right under your belly button and just like press in? Right? You can feel that sensation. Sometimes it's pain even. And really ask yourself and be serious about this. Right? Are you having any fun? Because if the answer is no, well, then you know what to do. You have a goal, right? You're feeling loosey-goosey. You don't know what to do with yourself or your time or your effort or what should I do? Oh my God, I'm so meandering. I'm a young man with no meaning and no goals. Okay, well, here's a goal. Here's some meaning for you. Have some fucking fun. Go to a comedy show. Go to a concert. Go dancing. Go to a festival. Try to have sex with a girl. Try to have sex with a boy. Try to engage in existence in a manner that is fun. Cut loose. Laugh your ass off. Why are you alive if not to do that? Right? And guess what? I'm going to lay a hard truth on you now. If you're not having any fun, you're going to be worthless. You're going to be miserable. You're going to be terrible to be around. No one's going to like you. You're not going to like yourself. So, before you think, I've got to pursue the meaning of the grandness of all creation and invent the biggest thing ever and be an entrepreneur and all this kind of stuff. When was the last time you really had a good laugh? Like, when was the last time you had, like, a really good, hard orgasm? When was the last time You danced until you couldn't dance. Well, if the answer is, I can't remember, or if the answer is, I haven't, well, now you've got some goals. Because to move up to the next level of consciousness, to go from belly laughing up to the next level, to get into the solar plexus, to get here, do you know what lives here? Do you know what this is? Do you love yourself? Now we're asking good questions. Now we're really asking good questions. So to start from the bottom and go to the top. Are you stable? Are you having fun? Do you love yourself? If you're not stable, you cannot have fun. If you cannot have fun, you cannot like yourself. That's just true. If you're not having any fun, you're not going to like yourself. You're not going to love yourself. Right? Because nobody loves a miserable person, least of all you. And if you're asking yourself, and if you say to yourself, no, I don't love myself. I don't like myself. Right? If you say, I've had fun, I'm stable, I'm having fun, but I don't like myself, well, now there you go. Here's your journey. Here's your path. Don't move on. Don't think you're going to become a great entrepreneur or an artist or any kind of thing. Right? Now you know what your goal is. You got to like yourself, bud. Because if you don't like yourself, no one else is gonna. Right? And if you try to get people to like you, and if you try to interact with people when you don't like yourself, like maybe that'll go for a little while, but it'll end in misery for everybody because you don't like yourself. How can you like anybody else? How can you expect anybody to like you when you don't like yourself? So now you know what your goal is. Now you know what your path is. And also, do you know what a big freeing thing is? Is to finally actually say, you know what? I do like myself. I do like myself. I like the things that I say. I like the art that I make. I like the objectives that I pursue. I like the work that I do. I maybe I don't like the circumstances I found myself in, but that's beside the point. I like myself within those circumstances. And the minute that you say it, and the minute that you realize it, the minute that you feel it, it's a weight off your shoulders. It's just, whew. Because now you at least know that one person likes you. And it's only after you say that, I do like myself, I do love myself, that you get to move up to the next level. Guess what lives here? Guess what? Do you love other people? Do you try to see the best in others? And you'll notice at this point that this is the moment. The other three chakras are in your body, in your core. The minute you hit the heart, now you're interacting with the world. Now you're interacting with the world for the first time as you've gone up the chakras. Up until now, you've just been laughing at the world. You've just been dancing in the world. You've just been pissing and shitting in the world, putting your semen wherever in the world. But now you're interacting with the world. And are you interacting with the world in love? Or are you doing other things in the world? If you're not stable, you can't have any fun. If you can't have any fun, you're not going to like yourself. You're not going to love yourself. And if you don't love yourself, then you're not going to love other people, and you're going to use these things. Do you want to operate in the world with a closed fist or an open hand? Do you love other people? Or are you suspicious of everybody you meet? Do you try to undercut everybody you meet? Do you try to tear everybody down? Do you try to think the worst of every single person you meet? Do you look at someone else's success and succumb to that envy that we all have? When your sibling succeeds somehow, do you go, God, fuck you? Or do you celebrate their success? Do you love them? And it isn't until you rectify that in your heart and you say to yourself, okay, cool. I do love other people. And incidentally, it's okay to not like everybody. Some people really prove to you that they shouldn't be liked. But that's not what it's about. It's about how you begin the conversation with them and how you begin the journey with an open hand and an open heart. And it isn't until you get that right that you can move into your throat and ask yourself, am I telling the truth? Because if you don't love other people, then you're not going to tell the truth about them. Right? You see how this is a chain, right? Like you see how this goes from the bottom and it goes all the way to the top. Right? But it starts at the bottom and it goes all the way through. You got to be stable to have fun. You got to have fun to like yourself. You got to like yourself to like other people. You got to like other people to tell the truth about them. And it's only now, after you can say, you know what, I am telling the truth about other people. I do know when to keep my mouth shut. I do understand that there's a difference between commanding someone to do something and offering support. I do understand how to use my voice from a place of compassion and empathy and love. I do understand when to use my voice to challenge an oppressor. I do know the difference between right and wrong. I do know, because I'm coming from a position of love and compassion, not just for myself, but for others. And if you don't, then you're always going to be shitting on other people, gossiping, causing problems, creating drama. Everywhere you go. Everywhere you go. And maybe trying to do it for your own benefit. To make yourself a little bit of coin. And it isn't until you are confident that you are telling the truth that you get to finally move into your brain. The third eye. There's the dot. Right? The class, we're all familiar with that one because we're so hyper brain focused. Right? We like to start here. It's not where you start this journey. You start the journey in your balls. No, not in your balls, obviously, but it's like your taint. Right? You start down at the bottom and you move up. Are you stable? Are you having any fun? Do you like yourself? Do you like others? Are you telling the truth? Can you see the truth? Can you see how you can interact with the world and how you can try to change the world? When you look out to the world, do you have an accurate picture of what that is? And can you move into the world, telling the truth, seeing the truth, and attempting to change it in a way that is positive and adding to the world? Not trying to consume the world, but adding to the world. So that when you're gone, the world will be better off for your inclusion in it. Instead of celebrate your exclusion. Are you looking at the world as in a way to seek positive opportunity? Or do you think that everything that confronts you is a problem that cripples you, rather than a hurdle to be overcome? An obstacle is an opportunity. Or is it a problem? Does it waylay you, or do you overcome? Do you see the world around you as supporting you, or do you see it as crushing you? And it isn't until you get an accurate perspective of this. It isn't until you get right in here, and you have a calmness here, and you're seeing things with accuracy, and you're rooted in yourself, in your stability, in your enjoyment, in your love for yourself and for others, you're rooted in your truth, that you can actually project yourself truthfully into the world and see how the world would be better off with you in it. And it isn't until you've done all that that you get to move up. This is where things get really esoteric. Right up here. Right here. It's right at the top of your head. Right there. This is where the meta sense exists. This is where you really let everything go. And just... Do you have an accurate picture of yourself in the world? So not just the world, but yourself in the world. It is like zooming your perspective out into the stratosphere and looking down upon yourself and your community and your organizations and where you are. Do you have clarity in that regard? That's consciousness. That's consciousness. That higher sense of awareness. That higher sense of self. That higher understanding of yourself. Not just in your body, not just in your head, but out of your body and out into the universe. That you can project and perceive yourself outside yourself. That the journey I just took you on was a journey from the bottom of your balls into the abstract space. And you can continue in the abstract space for a long time. And what's the path? Are you stable? Are you having any fun? Do you love yourself? Do you love others? Do you tell the truth? Do you see how you can improve the world? Do you see yourself in that world? The thing that happens to me, where I get stuck on that journey the most, is I get stuck in my head. And when you get stuck in your head, right here, the best thing to do is to just send that all up. Sometimes it's fun to let the wheels spin, right? Sometimes that's fun. But if the wheel is spinning and you can't just stop the wheel from spinning or let the wheel spin off into wherever it's going to go and let it happen and move on, if you can't get that process to end, then you're a slave to it. You're not actually in control of yourself. You're not actually in control of your consciousness. You can't actually make decisions because you're on a hamster wheel that's going like this. And releasing it. Sending it into the stratosphere. Sending it into the abstract space. Saying farewell. That's what the principle of meditation is. To allow all of the energy that's coming up through your body out into the universe. And to practice that process. So that when you're living in the world and that begins to happen, you can just... And through this process, I'll tell you how this process has personally helped me. I won't get too specific in the details. When you experience tragedy, and you need to find forgiveness, and you need to find your way through grief to forgiveness and understanding, this is the process. Tragedy strikes. Your loved ones die. You lose a leg. You lose your job. Are you stable? Are you having any fun? Do you love yourself? Do you love others? Are you telling the truth? Do you want to help the world? Do you see that the world is bigger than yourself? And it's at the end of that path that you can find forgiveness. And it's at the end of that path that you can find sense in the chaos, and sense in the madness, and sense in all of that. Methane. That's a big question. And that's a great question, my man. That is a great question. You know exactly how to orient yourself. It is accurate to say the world is chaos. Is it chaos in front of you right now, where you are, in this moment, at this time, right now? Is it chaos now? No. No. It's stable now. Because the trap we can fall into is we can come to believe that it's all chaos. Well, is it all chaos? It isn't chaos now. In fact, I'm pretty sure you know what I'm going to say next. That seems pretty predictable. Pretty orderly. Are you stable? So that's the start. That's the start. That things around you might be difficult, and things around you might be unwieldy and chaotic. And they are. But remember, you are not those things. And those things are not here, right now. But right now, I'm stable. I'm quite grateful for that. Right. Right, methane. Right. Yes. I know all about the fight or flight reaction, the paralysis. Absolutely. Absolutely, my man. Absolutely. You are caught here. That there are realities, right? Like, I can show you them. Here they are, right? It's why we tune in, right? Because we're all seeking and dealing. How do we deal with this shit? These fucking crazy horror shows that we're all seeing right here. Okay. And all of that exists. And we're afraid and we're in paralysis in our imagination of a thing that's coming in the future, forward. And we don't know what to do and we don't know how to act. Well, I can tell you exactly what to do. Not in terms of the specific action, but in terms of the discovery of that action. Because I don't know your life. You're the expert of your life. Nobody is a bigger expert on the subject of your life than you. Nobody. You're the expert of your life. But I can tell you that by removing the focus on what you see in the world, by taking that energy that you're sending out into the world and back, this feedback. Look at what we're seeing. Oh my goodness. Imagination space. Look at what we're seeing. Oh my goodness. Imagination space. Look at what we're seeing. Oh my goodness. Imagination space. Look at what we're seeing. Take that energy and send it downward. Send it downward. Get the hamster wheel running at the base of your pelvis. Get that hamster wheel running at the base of your pelvis. And I'm quite serious. Send that energy down into yourself. Into yourself. No, we're not thinking of anything anymore. We're not thinking of anything anymore. That's not helping. Look, you can't find your way out of a maze if you don't know where you are. And you don't know where you are unless you look at where you are. And what I'm telling you is to look at where you are. Not over there, not over there, not in here, right? Where are your feet on the ground? Where are you planted? Where and is where you are planted stable? And I don't mean in this wider abstract thing that may or may not happen in the wider world. I mean, are you literally stable? Is there a tank rolling through your street? Are there snipers outside your window? Are there lions and tigers and bears, oh no my? Are you worried that you're going to step on your floor and you're going to collapse down? I know that sounds pedantic. I know it sounds kind of almost silly. But that's the actual beginning. That's the actual start. Ben, how you doing? We're in a very, very esoteric space right now. Very esoteric space at the moment. We're talking about chakras. And you can say it. I am stable. You can say it. And you should. I am stable. Because it's a relief. It's a relief to finally acknowledge it. But for all the imagination that's going on in your brain, and for all the fears and the concerns for the future that lies ahead, you can say right now, without guilt or shame, I am stable. I am grateful for that. I know where my next meal is coming from. I know that nothing immediately bad is going to happen to me. Because it isn't until you acknowledge it and say, I know I am stable, that you can move on. Your immediate stability is what's most important. And unless you acknowledge it and admit it and say it out loud to yourself, I am stable, then you have no hope of finding stability. Because you can't find something you already have. I can't find my glasses if I'm looking around for them while they're sitting on my face. And if what you want is stability, well, stop looking for it. And just acknowledge that you have it. You might be worried you're going to lose it, but that's a different thing. But acknowledging that you have it is powerful. That it engenders stability in your own life and in your own consciousness and in your own surroundings. You are stable. And once you know that, Well, the next step is the best part. The next step's great, if you ask me. Have some fucking fun. Have some fucking fun. Enjoy yourself. Live up. Live a little. Go have some laughs. Put on some Stooges. Grab some people in your building and have a movie night. Go sing some fucking karaoke. Do some stupid shit. Do some stupid shit that's completely unrelated to your concerns, to your worries, to the future. Just have some goddamn fun. Because we're here for such a short period of time in the first place. We're here for such a short, fleeting, little tiny fractional moment in the first place. And so that fractional moment, we might as well be trying at least, God, trying to have some fun. Trying to do some shit. Trying to get out of the apartment, get to the beach, look at some beautiful women, look at some beautiful art, look at some beautiful people, smile, laugh, go see a comedy show, go do something that's outside of your wheelhouse. Go see some theater. Go cry your eyes out. Go see a tragedy. Do something exciting. Jump out of a plane. Go skydiving. Go lie in a field. Stare at the sky. Giggle at your own jokes. And yeah, it all sounds pretty stupid, doesn't it? Yeah. It all sounds pretty silly, doesn't it? Here you go. No, here you go. Not all well. Not all well, methane. No. I think that I've struck gold. At the last hour, I've been talking about the chakras, and this moment, more than anything, has made it worth it. You're one of my regular viewers. You're here all of the time. I really value your presence, and I value that you're here, and you just said something to me, my man. You don't even know how to have fun anymore? Well, glory be and mercy me. Every path in every direction seems terrible when I think of something. I can't bring myself to interact with the world anymore. My man. My man. What a beautiful, brilliant, wonderful opportunity you have in front of you. What a great position you're in right now, my man. I almost envy you, I gotta tell you. Not even almost. I do. I envy you. You are about to embark on a beautiful and brilliant quest. A beautiful and brilliant quest. Perhaps one of the best quests that life has to offer. The quest to have some goddamn fun. Ah. The best part about it, methane, is that you just can't miss. There's no wrong answers. It's such a simple thing. And so my advice, if you care to hear it, is to take all of that energy. No. You can have fun doing lots of things by yourself, my man. I understand that I have a very well-trained articulation, right? But I'm also an introverted person. I actually live very privately, right? You might think that I'm a big extroverted personality. No. I live very quietly. A very private person. That I am here because I'm drawn here. And it's not good to compare yourself to the work that I'm doing. You don't know what I get up to in private. You don't know what my idea of fun is. And there's a lot of different ways to have fun. There's a lot of different ways to have fun. Mikhail, good to see you again. And Ben, I'll answer that question. I will. And so, Methane, I think the quest that you have is to pursue fun. To take that energy that you're on that hamster wheel. You're on that hamster wheel. Take that energy, put it in your gut, your belly, your big laughing belly. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. Hoo 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 hoo. It is as simple as that, by the way, if you let it happen. If you put your hamster wheel in your belly and you just go, ho, 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 ha, 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 and act like a moron. Sure you can. You do it all the time. You do it all the time. You ever had to pee? You living in your head there? You ever been hungry? You living in your head there? You ever run so fast that you can't, that your heart feels like it's going to beat right out of your chest? You living in your head there? You have all kinds of sensations in your body that don't live in your head. Grab them. Grab them. And hold on to them. God, I'm loving this conversation, man. I love it. I love talking about this, man. I love talking about this. And I got to tell you, Methane, talking to you about this right now has really elated me. I feel so I feel so like I'm just so happy for the journey that's in front of you. I feel so like, oh my God, like, are you kidding me? Just like, you just gotta watch some Stooges. You just gotta put on some Buster Keaton. Some Charlie Chaplin. Some what's some modern day stuff? John Mulaney. Some Chris Rock. Louis C.K. Those are all great comedians. Dude, watch porn. Sorry for the prudes out there. Tough shit. Read a good book. Get into crime dramas. Like, paint. Color a book. You can't miss. And it's so great that you're in this position where you feel like you don't know what to do, and what you need to do is just go have some goddamn fun. And you've even said so. Go fucking go. And I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited for you. Because it's so wonderful. It's going to be so wonderful. You're going to have some fun. Oh, yeah. What a blessing. What a blessing for each and every one of us to be able to say to ourselves, yeah, I'm stable. I don't have monsters chasing me or any kind of shit like that. I have concerns, but those are concerns, and those are down the path. I'm stable. What a blessing. I can have some goddamn fun, and goddamn it, I'm going to. And I'm not going to feel bad about it. I'm not going to feel ashamed about it. I'm not going to let some goddamn capitalist tell me I'm a lazy loser and try to shame me out of having some goddamn enjoyment in my life. I'm not going to fall for this fucking goddamn trap that says life is about pain and suffering, and we should all roll in the mire, and if you no pain, no gain, and if you don't grind, set mindset, all together. Fuck all that. Sit under a tree and read a book. Sit on the beach, and when a beautiful woman walks by, enjoy. Don't feel bad about it. Don't be a creep about it, but don't feel bad about it. Like, meditate. Pet a dog. Watch children try to do anything. No, there's a difference between distraction and fun. There's a difference between putting images in front of your face to get the hamster wheel as it runs to fade into the background. That you get distracted from the hamster wheel and having some goddamn fun. I really actually, Methane, for you, from what you've said, all that kind of stuff, I really think that it is just like grab a book, and I really think that a book is the choice. Not an audiobook, a book. And like go somewhere nice. That's not far away from where you live, but a distance. Coffee shop is a good choice. I mean, I'm partial to the beach myself. Somewhere where there's some nature, trees, that kind of thing. And just read that fucking book. You don't need to put yourself in the mindset. You just need to do it. Just do it. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you. I know that sometimes it's a miracle we make it out of bed. I know it. I'm well aware of it. But I'm so excited. I'm excited for you. Yeah, it's true. If you're depressed, you smile, you feel better. Yeah. Like, did you guys know that the phrase fake it till you make it is true? It's a real thing. That you literally can just be like, and you'll start to feel happy. I actually think the reason why that's the truth is because as you do it, you're like, this is the goddamn stupidest thing a person can do. Look at how fucking stupid I look. And then you kind of get into how stupid you look and how silly it is. And before you know it, you're having fun. Fake it till you make it, Methane. You can do it, brother. You can do it, brother. Brother, I'm telling you right now, you're in the pit of despair. You're in the pit of despair, and life has put you in the pit of despair. You're down in the dumps, and you're feeling like everything's all around you all at once, brother. But I'm here to tell you right now, brother, what we can do. What we can do to lift you out of the quagmire is just be a silly bitch. Just be a silly bitch. And you can raise yourself up out of the quagmire of your life. And be sure to reach into your pocket and pull $1 out and send it to the address down below. You got me in a silly mood, Methane. You got me in a silly mood. You got me thinking about fun. You got me thinking about fun, man. Sometimes I literally walk around my apartment telling myself stupid stories. For fun. It's great. I think it's great. You just walk around and you just tell yourself stupid stories. And they're stupid. But they're fun. Oh, Methane. I wish you all the best, my man. I really do, because I feel like you have such a brilliant. There's something brilliant just on the horizon. It's gonna be great. Ah, man, it's gonna be great. I'm hype. I can't help myself. I'm hype. Okay. I'm gonna be less hype. And Ben, you asked a question. All the love in my heart to you, Methane. That was wonderful. What a wonderful journey we just took together. That was great. I'm so happy. That made hit and record on this cast today so worth it. So worth it, man. Like for real, dude, from my perspective right now, this is very revitalizing for me. I need you to know that. I really valued all of that. That was really wonderful. Scrail, I make up commentary and voices for every object I interact with. It's fun. Crazy, but fun, of course. Of course. Fun is crazy. It's crazy that we have fun in the first place. Fun? What are you talking about? Anyway, Ben, what are your thoughts on psychedelics? I have done psychedelics. I've done LSD and mushrooms. I think that psychedelics are a double-edged sword. That I think that psychedelics are useful for a breakthrough. For a breakthrough of... Because what psychedelics are fundamentally doing, I think, on a fundamental level, is that they're grabbing hold of your consciousness and of your awareness sphere, and they're just going blah 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 blah. Like, you cannot maintain a certainty of the concreteness of reality after having experienced psychedelics. It's just so obvious the minute you do psychedelics that, oh shit, there's something going on. Right? Like, I think it's very difficult to hold on to fundamentalism. I think it's very difficult. And I'm not saying impossible, obviously, but I think it's much more difficult to maintain this kind of fundamentalist attitude that's pervasive in our society after doing psychedelics. Because psychedelics just grab a hold of your perception of reality and just tear it right open and have you stare directly into the dreamscape. Like, I talk a lot about the abstract space. Well, what psychedelics are doing is they're letting you, as a conscious, aware person, step in to the abstract space. That you don't need to enter the abstract space through abstraction. You can see it. You experience the abstract space through psychedelics. Like, that is a revolutionary experience. That is a crazy experience. That's an incredible experience. That is a life-altering experience. That is a shaking of the consciousness. And it's especially powerful for someone who doesn't enter the abstract space. For unimaginative people, and for people who denigrate imagination, and for people who denigrate the abstract space, being introduced to the abstract space in such a shocking manner is life-altering and can change your perception in a night. Boom. In minutes. It can make you recognize and realize and confront things. And we've done studies on psychedelics that people who are experiencing PTSD can get through their PTSD more easily after having done psychedelics. There's something absolutely fundamentally true and worth pursuing and interesting through the process of having psychedelics as a way to shake the cobwebs or turn the light on in the room. Right? Turn the light on in the room in the first place. Just, hey, you thought that life was this way? Here's your introduction to reality. Welcome to the abstract space, motherfucker. And it's sort of fucked up that we have this whole, like, educational system that doesn't really get you into the abstract space at all. Right? Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun how we educate people for 12, 13, 14, 15 years, give them PhDs and all this kind of stuff, and they never once enter the abstract space? But they're so convinced that they know what's going on, and they're so convinced in their certainty when what they think is actually nonsense. I think a lot of Christian fundamentalists would do well by having like a deep dive psychedelic trip. So, all that said, I think that there is a danger in psychedelics. And I think the danger is that people replace genuine spiritual pursuits, genuine exploration of the abstract space, genuine contemplation, and genuine spiritual growth with psychedelics. I've seen that. I've experienced people who are like that, where they think that they are very spiritual and very guru-esque and are very connected to the universe and connected to themselves and the world around them and all of this kind of stuff because they keep doing psychedelics. Right? And the psychedelic trip is it's a journey. It's a journey into the abstract space. Right? But that's all it really is. It's an artificial journey into abstraction. You don't really learn anything about yourself, the universe, or anything else uh, through psychedelics. Psychedelics open the door. But you are the one that's responsible for your growth, and you are the one that's responsible for your pursuit, and you are the one that's responsible for that. And I can see someone make the claim that, oh, well, can't you augment your work and your spiritual growth on yourself with psychedelics? Sure, yeah, I could see that. But I do think that people replace the actual legitimate work of spiritual growth and emotional growth with just doing psychedelics and then just kind of believing of themselves that they essentially live in delusion, right? And they can be so convinced of their own delusion that they can convince others of that delusion, right? And like delusional people on psychedelics, I think is actually pretty common. And so that to me is the concern with psychedelics. That it's very tempting to replace a legitimate emotional, spiritual pursuit and growth with just doing a drug that gives you fun visions. And then believing that you've talked to God and learned so much wisdom and learned so much knowledge that you have something to impart on other people, when really you're just kind of demented, right? You've never actually pursued any kind of stabilizing force. You've never actually asked serious questions of yourself. Like, I know people who are 50 that have the spiritual and emotional intelligence of a 10-year-old. Right? That they just kind of stopped growing for whatever reason. They just got stunted at 10. And that's where they are. And they live there. All of their humor and all of their observations and all of the things they draw attention to and all of the things they care about are all kind of the things that a 10-year-old cares about. Right? I honestly, Skrill, the fact that you're saying that tells me that you have a deeper awareness. Because a person who's actually in that stunted state would never actually say that of themselves. Right? That I'm a big boy. I can do it. I'm big. What are you talking about? Nuh-uh. I'm super well developed. I know lots of things. I have lots of journeys and I you know, how you can't say that to me. Right? I think a person who is actually developed like that or underdeveloped like that would immediately get very defensive in that kind of conversation. Even if it was a conversation they were having with themselves. And that would be part of their journey of growth. That confronting their immaturity and the smallness of their kind of emotional life would be a fight. Would be difficult. For sure. Mikhail writes, if psychedelics can cause ego death, that makes sense that too many psychedelics can cause too much ego death, causing self-identity problems. Well, I think the big... Look, I'm going to articulate with the chakras again, because I've done a lot of chakra talk today. So I think... I talked very much about how to get all of this in alignment, right? But you can live out of alignment. Like, you can live with all of this just kind of fucked up. Right? You can live in a state like and you see people walking around who are like this all the time, right? That have a hyperinflated sense of ego and a hyperinflated sense of self. And who think they're very smart but are not very smart. And or who think they're very tough and they're not very tough. Who think they're compassionate but they're not compassionate. Right? And what psychedelics can do is they can convince you that you're enlightened. They can give you they're very convincing. They can trick you into that. They can make you think that you have enlightenment. And there's like one person in particular who I really came to see was doing this. And all they could ever do was act deceptively. Because they were deceiving themselves about their own enlightenment. And so their whole life was about convincing others of their enlightenment. When the truth was that they were just like the least enlightened person alive. Just lost in fun visions and dreams. So this unbalanced, this imbalance at that level, right? And like, and you could just see it on them, right? It's pretty unlikely that a person who is like physically sick all the time Gat says, about 2 to 3 grams of the mushrooms I have bring on profound enlightenment. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, you enter the abstract space. And look, there's a difference between mushrooms and LSD. LSD lets you control the journey a lot more. Like, if you are concerned about like the quote unquote bad trip in psychedelics, I recommend LSD over mushrooms. Because LSD is like, if a bad thing starts to happen, you can just be like, nope. And the LSD will be like, oh yeah, okay. Right? That if you go down rabbit holes in the LSD trip, it's because you're given permission to the LSD to do it to you. Right? That LSD is very submissive, I find. That if a tree starts to come to life and is going to eat you, you can just be like, you're just a tree. And the tree will be like, that's correct. And it'll just be like, you got me. Right? I feel like with LSD, you can maintain a lot more of your own sense of self. And that it becomes you walking through, you as yourself, walking through a world that is falling into abstraction. And the more you permit the world to fall into abstraction, the more abstract it will get. And the stranger it'll get, and the odder it'll get, and the weirder it'll get, and you can get lost in that, and you can lose yourself in that. But it's all very permissive. It's all very much like the drug says this, and you say yes, and like this, and yes, and this, and yes, and you can like kind of get lost and get dizzy in it, right? And it's fun to get lost and dizzy in it, right? That's fine. That's fine. Mushrooms, I feel, are very much like, oh, okay, great, Ben, this will be for you. Mushrooms are really like, they grab you and they say, hey, we're going this way. And you go, what? And then they go. And it's just like, tough shit, bud. Here we go. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, hey, bud, do you want to go see eternity for a minute? And you're just like, no, I don't want to see eternity. And it's like, well, we're here. And it's fine. Like, it's completely fine. You've got nothing to worry about. Like, actually and for real, you've got nothing to worry about. Cut it all up. Heat some water up. Okay? This is the best way to do this, by the way. Anybody who tells you, unless they've got some, like, super hyper candied shit or something, they've done some process to it. If a guy hands you just a mushroom and is like, eat this, go boil some water. Take that mushroom, chop it up nice and fine. Nice and fine. Like so fine. Right? Like it's almost a powder. Chop, 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 chop. Take that, put it in the boiled water in a cup, make yourself a nice mushroom tea. Right? Let it sit, let it go, let it cool. Let it cool. And then just slam it. Just boom. That's the best way to do mushrooms. I grind with 2 spoons, take it with my beer, sure. I don't know about the mixing it with the beer, but whatever. You're the expert of your life. You do whatever you want. But like, LSD was made in a lab in order to connect to the synapses pretty directly. And through that process, I think it doesn't actually enter your body in the same way and your blood in the same way. That I think it really is like you put the tab in your mouth and it just goes boop right to the receptor. And it's just, let's go. And so you are still you when you're on LSD, right? It doesn't go in the same way. Mushrooms come from the earth and you have to ingest them. And so they get into your body. They go into your stomach. They go into your intestines. You shit them out. Right? So they take over. They take over. And so the journey that you have with mushrooms, that's the journey you're going to have. And the mushrooms are not going to ask your permission. The only advice that I have for first-timers doing psychedelics is everything that you are going to see is you. Yeah, there are shops set up in Toronto now. You can buy it like you would with a dispensary. Yeah, for sure. I mean, imagine making a plant illegal. It's just the dumbest shit of life. Like, how do we know we live in a fraudulent society? Oh, like we made plants illegal. You can't give a person a rose. It's the dumbest shit ever. Everything you're going to see is you. It's coming out of you. It's coming up through you. It's you. It's you interacting with yourself. It's you. So so you got nothing to be afraid of. Right? Like, we've all had a bad dream, right? A nightmare. They can be unsettling. They can be disturbing, but they're you. They're your consciousness telling you something. It's your chakras communicating with each other. Right? So you don't really have anything to be afraid of. My only worry is I'm going to shit my pants while tripping and not be able to realize it, get up, and go to the bathroom. Yeah, you know what, man? If that happens, tough shit. Literally. Yeah, I think this is good advice too, coming from Gat. First time, make sure you're in a comfortable, familiar setting with people or at least one person you trust. And if you take mushrooms, take like only 1.5 grams first time, not 2.5. I think that's up to you. I don't know if I agree with that. Like, the first time I was introduced to psychedelics, it was like heroic doses. And I don't know if that is good or bad. Like, is it better to take mushrooms and just get kind of wobbly? Or is it better to take mushrooms and, like, go deep? Go all the way down, right? Or all the way up, however you think about it. I definitely think about it as down. The So I don't know. Like, do you want to have like a giggly time where the trees start to dance a little bit? Where things get a little shimmery and shiny? Where the clouds get a nice little shim or a shine? Or do you want to be unconscious? Like, that's a fair point, Gad. Actually, that is a fair point, I think, Gad. Nice point, actually. It's better to learn you are not somehow allergic. Definitely, definitely, I think that's the case, dude. I think you're absolutely right there. I did LSD with somebody who had a very bad physical reaction to it, and she could not do LSD ever again because she was just like she had LSD and it was just like gave her it just put her right out with a massive headache, and she didn't get anything out of it. It just was straight up like, and that was it for her. And she was like, "Nope, we're done with that. That's not happening." It's like, yeah, fair enough. Like, fair enough. So, so I couldn't imagine what it would have been like if she had done like a big, huge, heroic dose and had that kind of experience, you know? Yeah, so to summarize my feelings on psychedelics, and then I think I'm going to close this one down because I'm like an hour and a half over. This one was fun, though. This was a fun one. I'm really glad about this one. Psychedelics are great for shaking the cobwebs out of your head, for confronting your presumptions of reality, for opening up the door to the abstract space. That's the big one, in my view, right? Is that you can go through life and never turn the lights on in the abstract space once, right? You can just go through your life, live in your body, be in your head, never enter the abstract space, and just die. And that's your life. Psychedelics open the door to the room and turn the light on. No doubt. Psychedelics are not the answer. Psychedelics are not the end. That they may be able to light the path, shine the flashlight, turn on the light, point a sign, right? And for that, I am grateful. And for that, we all should be grateful. But they can't get you to walk down the path. And they can't illuminate any brighter than they already have. And maybe as you walk down the path yourself, you can do another dose or another thing, and it'll light another path. And it'll point a sign. But at the end of the day, if you want to get down that path, that's on you. And if you think, I'm going to do these psychedelics and that gets me down the path, nope. Nope. Psychedelics are not spirituality. They can help you find the path to your spirituality and to your abstract self and to those things. But they are not the thing itself. So that's my only caution. That's my only caution when it comes to psychedelics. Don't replace your own sense of self with a mushroom. Don't replace your own growth and your own emotional journey with drugs. But goddamn, dude, go have some fun. Do some fucking psychedelics. Trip balls. Right? And like to really end it up, like to really land on something, okay? Because this cycles back around to you, methane, to what we were saying of methane. Now, this isn't directed to you, methane. It's just what we were talking about. Just have some fun with it. Just fucking have fun. Just enjoy it. Just have fun. Don't expect it to be, I met God and now I have the one truth of all things and all creation and I've connected with the universe and all that kind of stuff. Like, it very much could just be like, hey, you see those trees? I can turn the branches into little smiling butts. Isn't that great? See how the acorns look like penises? That's hilarious. And that's it. It could go down like that. Just have some fun. And methane, I never really got much out of my experiences. Either effect's too subtle, or if I take a large dope, my head spins. I don't even want to move. You know what it sounds like to me, methane, is you got to take even more. Right? That sounds what the problem was. Is that you took too little, so you got like a subtle effect, which is kind of nice. And then you took more than that, but it wasn't enough to plunge you in. And so you just ended up in this kind of like, whoa space. And my recommendation to people who get into the whoa space is you got to do more. Because then you'll go. Right? So it sounds like to me like what your experience was is with the subtle, it's like you were on the roller coaster and you went, and then with the larger dose, you reached the top of the roller coaster ride, and it was so high that you got lightheaded, and you were right at the top of the ride, looking right over the edge, and your head was spinning, but then it went down the other way, and you never went down. You never went for the ride. That's what that sounds like to me. So my advice to you, methane, is do drugs. Do drugs. Have fun. For the algorithm, use drugs responsibly, kids. All right, guys. We've definitely reached the end of this one. This is a nice one. I'm really glad. Always remember, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need